That's random. Oh, hello everyone, and welcome to the heroic X-Loaded Frag Fest Series 3. I wasn't aware we were thrown in straight away. I was told there was going to be a countdown. It's fine. I'm here. We're here. We are here for some games. I am Kurt, and I'll be taking you through today. We have a whole bunch of games to be played, a whole bunch of teams. I think I'm just checking here. I think it's been culled down, but 80 participants, but some people didn't show up. All that kind of stuff happens. But we are here now. We have, I think, about six games we'll be going through today. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we are going to be brought today. This event is brought to you by Loaded. If you put ! Loaded into the Twitch chat specifically, you will get a link to the website. Yeah, Loaded, formerly known as CD Keys, is where you can get up to 90% off on your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, and just in time for the Christmas season. So why not? Give it a go. But we're going to have some games here. I think we have a system in the chat. I still don't understand how it works, as I was not the one that set it up, that we are going to be picking games by. So welcome, everyone. Sneaky's in the chat. Going to be moderating. All happy and ever. Do we have the system by which we're going to be running this? I don't know how this plugin necessarily works. But we are going to have some games. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, we were looking for a game. In what sense, boss? Every sense. I know you're here. You're in chat. We're gonna have some fun games. We're gonna have a nice time. But here at Fragfest Series 3, we're gonna get some games going very, very soon. The bracket has, I think, just been made in the past few minutes, so teams will be getting their matches, we'll be getting our vetoes through, and we will be seeing what's going to happen. We will just have to pick a game. Can we have a look at the bracket? Now that is a good question. That is a good question. Hands free. I'm just the voice of the people. So what? So we'll see. There are a lot of teams. Oh. To see the bracket, we're gonna need a second. But yeah, no, there's a lot of fantastic teams coming up here. A lot of participants. We're gonna see what fantastic teams we have to come forward with soon. You must be patient in the chat in order to see what teams will be playing the bracket that's going to go forward, and what kind of games we'll have on our hands. And you in the chat will be able to vote, kind of, I think, on what teams we will get to see on stream. We have some method going forward to do so, but it's going to be exciting. Is there any particular teams you're looking at, Sneaky? If you have any in mind? Just because there is a lot of them. There has been a lot of last minute participants have come in, and I hope they had a chance to get a full 5 stack fully readied up for this as we take all of our teams. Silence. That's more important. Your team is playing. Well, then we have to. We got to get you on stream. You better make it through. I think you did get a bye in your first round, so we'll have to see when and if you can get in there. Inner Circle Academy. Oh, say, yeah, some fantastic games. It was very hard to get through all of them. There was a long, long list of names to read through. But we will see. We will see. No posting spoilers. Yeah, there's not many spoilers to post right now on iPod. Don't you worry. Okay, we do have in the chat. We do have a bracket, so we can see some of these teams and what exactly we're going to get going here. Scrolling through, a lot of them are these buys coming through. A lot of buys as we're seeing. But no, a lot of fantastic teams coming forward. It's my favorite guy. Me? Am I the favorite guy? Okay, well at least you're here to check on the boy Sneaky. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We can still try and see if the people want to see that game on. A few of our games are ongoing, so I think they're getting their vetoes in. We will be seeing. Yeah, it's hard to know with so many teams, so many fantastic players. I do see the inner circle. A lot of level 10 teams going forward. So a lot of competitiveness, you know. We'll see if some of these lower teams with maybe some of the lower levels, lower elos, how they're gonna get going forward. But get to see these brackets. Scrolling on through. Different teams, different players. Just gonna check. Do we have a team? Shane, do we have a game to be streamed? I know there's a lot to choose from. I'm here in Hellfire versus Humble Gods, so we can pop on into that one, see exactly what we're going for. I think they're getting their lineups fully readied. Well, just make sure they do get in, because I think there's a couple more minutes just on finishing out their lineups with their subs and everything. Or, but yeah, is there any teams anyone in the chat is looking forward to seeing? Because as we do now, we have Japanese coffee. Oh, that's Sneaky's boys. Everyone in the chat, I hope everyone having a good holidays. It is 20th. I don't even know what date it is. That's how good we're doing right now. What's popping in here? We got some games going on. We got our Frag Series 3, sponsored by Loaded, formerly CD Keys, a very important one. I only learned that the other day, so that's on me as well. That they changed name. But we are, in fact, out here. We are going for the games. 7th Veggie Christmas. That well done, my friend. You know, always nice to see anyone in the chat. Yeah, we will see if the Hellfire game is going ahead, because as I said, oh, yep, the lineups have been finalized. They did their thing, and now that they have the map of Mirage picked, so they do have a server. We do got a game. We will be able to get in and see what's happening. What's going on there. So that will be our first game on the stream. Just checking out some of the players. What do we got? Krutalik, Xenox, and Makate, DV228, RTYP, Ritip. Although I don't know which names they'll be using. Dijarek, Harry Forsen, Beater, Alman Tech, Flaba. A wide variety of skills. Some lower elo, some higher elo. But should be good. Hellfire's got one stacked lineup, so feeling it for them. But we'll have to see what happens once we get on the server. Good to see everyone in the chat is excited for Christmas coming up, for the holidays. We'll have to see. Hopefully today is good. Then we can keep that energy going forward. I haven't been invited by the boys. Oh, sad to see. Sad to see. Won't be seeing you in the series today. But you can still come watch. You can still view some matches, have some fun. That's what we're here for. So we'll have to see exactly. Oh, they are connecting from what I'm hearing. That's a slight delay, but that's all right. Everyone got to get into the server. Players got to get ready. Game's got to get going. HLTV, we can blame that. We can blame that. HLTV, CSTV, whatever it's called. I think it's CSTV, but you can say HLTV in my ear, Mr. Producer. This game is not Deadlock. I'd like to know in the chat. This is Counter-Strike. Sorry, wrong Valve game. Excited to see the downfall of your friends. Yeah, I get that. That's a very relatable piece. Oh, I accidentally pinned a chat message. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Unpin this message. Yep. The Counter-Strike chat. By the way, you're so right. You're so right. We got that. Correct game. Correct game. But yeah, hope everyone's excited. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. And hopefully we will get into our game very soon. Just takes a little bit of a moment to get there. Or just get the players in. It will be Hellfire versus Humble Gods on the stream. We'll have a whole bunch of other games going on throughout the day, off stream and on stream, as we push through the brackets and see what teams will be going forward. But no matter what, it'll be exciting, fun game, full day worth of CS. Yes, they are all best of one today, I believe. Checking forward. So it'll be, I think, it is 6 matches of single elimination in the bracket. Going around there, a lot of teams got a bye in the first round, so moving forward, they'll keep going. But we'll keep on going. Don't forget to put in the chat !loaded. You can buy some keys. They're formerly known as CD keys, as I mentioned before, because they changed their name. You can get up to 90% off your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. So just in time for Christmas. Nice bit of fun. We're getting there. We're almost there. We will get all of the players on the server, and we will get a game. But for now, we're just waiting. We're all vibing here. I'm excited. It's Mirage. Everyone likes Mirage, or everyone dislikes Mirage. It's one of the two. Everyone's played Mirage, and that's enough for me. Never mind. Scratch everything that has been said in the past few minutes. We are not doing that game, as it is a buy. Who I need to who got buyed then? Was it Hellfire we got through, or was it Humble Gods? Or A posthumous buy. What's my own background in CS? Well, I've been playing Counter-Strike for too long. Too long. In terms of playing, I've nearly like a few thousand hours. I have been playing the game for over a decade, but I've been casting it out in the UK and Irish scene for a few years now, and we're just out here. Always love Heroic. They got some fantastic social media. They got some good players, you know, and that's what we gotta know. And that's good answer. Oh, I'm glad I gave a good answer. That's the important one. Now we shall check through and see if there's any other games. We'll be drawing slightly mid-game into one of these games. Which game? That's a good question. We are going to be watching Lewandowski Gola versus 9xex as they're ongoing. We got a little bit of the game. They're going to be on nuke. I think Lewandowski are ahead on the 4, but we will be getting into the server and we will be getting into game. I've lied. I think my delay on HLTV might spoil this round or on Face It. So pretend I didn't say anything. But for now, 4v1. Sitting back, waiting to see what will happen. Counter-terrorists win. But no, that's just gonna be the round. Yeah, that one I may have spoiled it a little bit too early. So no spoilers in the chat, but I might spoil the rounds before they happen. But that's the only one. I promise. I promise. But now we're going into round 7. Nice little lead going on here. They got an op in hand. Excited to see. And we're just gonna go forward. We're gonna go into the round. And we're going to see exactly what they're going to be able to bring to the table. It is going to be up against the pistol, so I'm not expecting too much. The op is going aggressive, though, around the red container. Start off with the one peeking over the top of silo. Go for the first, but now he's kind of stuck on an island, but it doesn't matter. He can just take the shots, getting some backup. It's a Mag 7 in the primary, but the pistol is the secondary. The USP will do wonders. Whereas these Deagles and Tech 9 might be struggling a little bit to get these shots in, to get these rounds. So I'm expecting to be taken, but okay. There's a kill in the table. There's a little bit going forward. We're able to see what's going to happen. As now just in this 1v3, some kills have been dropped. But we're going to keep on pushing with this. Tech 9's still alive. Still give a go. He's got some time on the clock. Maybe some players walk into him. Maybe they make a mistake. You never know. But for now, it's looking like 5 for Lewandowski Gola. You know, Tech 9 going to be good for the 1. That is a 5th round on the board on the CT side. They survived with 2. That's a lot of damage dealt, though, for the pistols. They're able to pick up rifles now. They're able to get a bit on the board. And they're able to see exactly what's going to happen here. It is going to be 2 scouts, though. So this could either be the best round to ever happen, or it will fall completely flat. We'll have to see. Haven't been seeing much of their game, so we'll see how, if they've made adjustments, if they're going to be struggling as we go forward here. It's just going to be a slow round. Looking like some setup on top of the room. A little bit of out of control taking this. Mag 7 is holding close, though, with the op on Overwatch. Very important, this timing here. Smokes are fading. The op gets a shot off. Just sitting back by the garage, and they still have the mini player. They actually have 3 players ready in here. So outer is being held nicely. Towing back. It's going to be another kill on the outside. And and getting even more frags as well, as we see. The AK is going to drop the op, but still 4v2. Looking good. That scout is still in hand on top of the mini hut. Looking to try, but the double swing out is going to be able to take them out. And now one player remaining by the red container. Just takes a little second of pushing, and they are going to take it. That is 6-2. That is a nice start. It was 3-2, so they've been able to string together a few, able to get themselves into a good position. How's everyone looking in the chat? Do we think Lewandowski is going to keep this momentum up? Do we think they're going to keep pushing forward? Or do we think we can finally get a bounce back and see Team Max pick up some pieces? It is, I'm not going to lie, in the ELO department, a little bit skewed in favor of Lewandowski, as it's level 8 and level 10s versus 3 to 6. So not to burst anyone's bubble, but I'm feeling a little bit more confident for the Lewandowski side, especially now this round. 2 kills dropped already. 5 versus 3. Okay, trade comes in, but now still in the 4v2. Not expecting a massive amount. Pushing forward though is things all. Taking some ramp control back, but still a bit weary. NFL Gunak walks into the op, but the op just hits the leg shot. They don't get the kill. Still, that's a huge piece of info, and the gap in the door is going to spell disaster because he's just going to walk around, get taken out. Now left alone is going to be Max himself, who will fall 7-2. And Lewandowski just keep spiraling forward, keep taking kills. And they're looking good. I'm feeling strongly that they're gonna be able to keep pushing this lead, especially with a round like this. A few pistols, a UMP, a scout. Nothing to write home about. Similar setups being brought. But he's just heavy defaulting, trying to take some close control in the lobby. Things just keep going the way of the CTs though. Trading of util, but the T's just not able to get any control here, and I think they'll just straight spam. They got that kill. Yeah, it can be awkward on the elo side of things in open tournaments like these. It's a difficult one to keep in track of. Gonna catch some glimpses and actually take the kill. There is a death. I'm not sure what happened to cause this, but there was a death of one of the T's. You're gonna see. They're gonna see pick out HUD. They're gonna get taken. The double up of the op and the AK doing wonders here. And now in this 4 versus 2, once again Team Max just at the disadvantage. The scout in hand. Gonna need to hit the headshot to take this, and he's not gonna be able to do it. Just one player remaining. And that's going to be Max once again in the same corner he fell previously. Going to get taken out. And it's a difficult one because Lewandowski, they're just keeping it simple. They're just playing out common positions. They're not making any kind of crazy plays. Getting the picks very, very early. Start taking map control. Making a few pushes. There was the ramp. Previously it was inside. But now going into round 11, it's still going to be a struggle. They keep buying just enough for some rounds and then not enough. And difficult. We do see Skipper once again. I think they DC'd the previous. But now we got full util for the most part. Well, full is a strong word. We got most of it. And now 5. Okay, so far trying to do something. They don't allow damage to the off. That could be great going forward. A boost being attempted here. The scout going to try to deal some damage. Throwing over some flashes. The op of the AK though are going to double up, take these fights and just spam forward. They have some great util. They can just keep doing it. They can keep taking these fights. Control taken around the red is just going to be a nail in the coffin here. Because Camion is going to keep going, and then things all as well. Going to find another one on the inside, and just one remaining, sitting on top of the T roof. And it really is just a case of when and not if. NFL gonna get fall 9-2. Lewandowski goal, just looking to make this quick. They got a few more best of ones, hopefully for themselves going forward in the day. So don't want to take too long. Don't want to keep going. 2 free wins. Oh, that's a hell of a one. Yeah, it can be annoying to get to these. Like, obviously you get forward in the tournament, but we're here to play CS. You know, victory is good and all, but what's victory if you're not getting to play the game to do it? You know. But now, last round of the half, there is an op in the hands of Team Max. He's gonna be playing the outside, and they're gonna try to take some control. Slowly but surely, they've been taking very similar stances all these rounds. Very little rat and presence has been thrown. This time they are getting a little bit of a look. But so far, it's been such a heavy play on outer without the utility needed to do so. And once again, they're just going to fall. There's very little respect. Lewandowski just know they can win these fights. They're taking much more aggressive angles. This time, we do have a frag back, though. That is towards the ramp. That opens up a nice avenue of attack, and they're just going to pounce on it now. They're able to get lower. They're able to try to get down to that B-bomb site. And maybe get a plant here. They're going to stick it. They're going to take that down. But they are going to just get taken. The door is open. The kill is taken. And now they're retaking ramp as quickly as ever. The op is going to be good for a no-scope. Door is stuck. He almost gets caught on the other side. Needs to try to survive. Going to take the headshot. So now we're down to a 2v2. The op is low. And they're both on the B-bomb site. Just rotate up. Plant the bomb. And maybe this is a third for Team Max. Maybe you get something back on your T side. Digits are punched in. Getsu lined up greatly on this angle, but he's ready for Dobro gets that kill. The opposite swap for an AK, and they are going to just take that. 9-3 is just a pipe dream as double digits are hit by Lewandowski Gola on the first half. That is a phenomenal CT side, and oh, that scoreboard. Dobro, 20 kills in the first half is absolutely diabolical. Now, going into the second, maybe you can recover a pistol. Maybe you can turn that into some momentum. I've not seen the AK. I've not been focusing on that fact. So I'm worried. But now, going into round number 13, the first of the half, the pistols, I think they're just going fast, eh? I think there is no delay. I think there is just that. They're just going to run out onto the site, and the CT pistols is good for one, but the site is taken. They're going to get a little bit too aggressive towards the hut, towards Mini, and now 3v2. The bomb has been planted, but peeking through the smoke. That is going to be turned into a 1v1. Trades galore occur, and now he knows where the last is, and the USP is going to do it. Team Max, they might not be looking their best. They might not be living their best life, but 10-3 is eventually got. The pistol round is theirs. The round is in their hands, and now maybe they can turn to something. Second round, bomb was planted. I assume the T's can just force on the back of this and try to do something similar. We're gonna have to see what they can do. There's no util really for the CTs, especially if they're gonna opt for full rifles and a scout. And now, this is going to be a troublesome affair. Oh, but the M4 is in a great spot to just spam. Good for one. His teammate also picking up another. And now, the site is in their hands, but they need to get the kills, and they will. The MAC-10 spam, the Galil as well. The bomb is going to be tapped, it's going to be checked. Catch glimpses of the head, they just need to finish now, but no one has killed anyone thus far in that affair. They're ready for a bit of a flank here. That smoke is wide, and it's going to actually drop down to take them. The CTs looking like they're primed to take this. But they could throw that smoke. He's going to utilize it. The kill is going to get dropped by Mini, so now those Heaven players going to be struggling, but not the scout. Going to take one, going to take a second with the no-scope. And Team Max, they get their 2. They get their pistol and conversion. Let's see what they can do round 3, because the bomb wasn't even planted by the T's. They might have the 2400 loss bonus, but they don't have the extra chunk to back it up. Going into round 15, we're going to see if Lewandowski, they can convert it. The expected winner, the high elo, the winning out the first half handily. And they're just going to start it off with a bang. Dobro with the Galil, going to take a head. And now the CTs are going to be scrambling. They have no outside control at all. They're going to be running around through ramp, trying to get a little bit of secret control. But in A, they're just playing so passive and scared. Dobro is going to continue to keep going. There's going to be a kill at least towards the hut, but the numbers are already dwindling. The CTs are already down, and it's just going to continue here. Dobro good for the third, and in hut, NFL Gunak not going to be able to do it, and that is 11 on the board for Lewandowski Gola. And now that feels like that might be a bit of a nail in the coffin, as the CT economy is already broken. It's round 2. They spent everything, survived with 1. And now, going to the 16th, I'm expecting the T's to just stampede their way forward, take control, and do some massive work here, but I'm willing to be surprised. I'm willing to be wrong. But now the scout is going to start off with 1. We're going to see more spam come through. Trades in as well by the CTs is going to be advantageous. 4v3. Slow and steady. They're going to be trying to fight for these. As the T's, they might just try to push their way onto the A site. Ready, holding these angles. The pistol gets shot in the back of the head. Good baiting there, good double up. As Skipper cannot do anything. They're going to be able to get the plant. 3 versus 3 now, this Mac 10. Or this MP9 is going to be good for the kill. Going to keep going forward. The Galil is good for the 1 before getting taken out. And the scout no scope is going to be there to take the round as well. That is 5 on the board. That is Team Max recovering a little bit here. I was expecting the T's to have a little bit more bite, but they're struggling a little bit more now that they're onto this second half. They've got that 1, but so far 3 on the board. Team Max finding more success on the CT side. Now we'll see what they can do. They are going to have a lot of util. That scout is still in the hands of Getsu. They are enjoying that one. It is going to be an op on the other side for Dobro. Fight for this. Control towards the ramp. There is a double up here that they aren't aware of. Good aggression is going to lead great damage. They might just back up now. Pulling it back. Just leaving 1 remaining. And that scout once again finds another head. Great success here. But the T's just bounce on back. Kills across the board. 3 taken out. And now, just 2 players remaining. So we're going to see Max in the mini. Waiting to get taken out is going to be Lizio. And then the bomb gets planted. The 4v1 commences, and now just alone on the A site. If I'm a betting man, I'm expecting a save here. And that should be 12-5 solidified. That is going to be so many match points on the line in this best of 1. Lewandowski Gola looking to push forward in Fragfest Series 3. As Max is now going to be pushed upon the op. Catches a glimpse of him. Oh, and just peeking around a little bit too much. Dobro, who has been having phenomenal success, continues to do so. That has been a phenomenal run. "26 kills. That is a great, great time. 17 rounds so far. On to the 18th. Perhaps the last round of the game. We're going to see what they can do. if you're in chat, make sure to keep an eye on the bracket, see what's going on. If you have any games in mind, don't be afraid to throw them in. Always looking to see what we can do. We are going to see a great kill coming from Novus. Is going to be Frag back though. That op and guess whose hands? He had the scout for so long, but now he's able to upgrade, but it doesn't matter for the rest of the team. Lizio taken by the op. 4 versus 3. But they're fragging back. The pistol's doing work. Trying to get the gun running forward, getting a little bit too antsy here. And Dobro, once again, another frag on the hands. 3 versus 2. The op here. It's going to be a battle. And it's going to be one that Dobro wins with flying colors. NFL Guick, the last player remaining. Oh, and repositioned already. And that is the 4K that solidifies a 30 bomb. 13-5. Lewandowski Gola just continue the rampage that they had in the first half. The 10-2 half turned into a 13-5. You know, give him back a few rounds. Being a little bit kind. Oh, and it's me. Hi, chat. It's me and you, chat. See you later, Sneaky. Well, would love to watch Japanese coffee. Okay, so that, you know, Sneaky's team is definitely one to keep an eye out for. You watch the LFO good guys? We'll look at the bracket maybe soon. We can? Oh, I'm being confirmed, but we can maybe. And that's always good. That was a nice little game, you know. That's our first taster of the day. You know, we have so much more games. We have so much more matches to go forward. It's going to be exciting to do. It's going to be fun. We're gonna have a good time. Just going to say a big shout out over here to Loaded. Don't forget to put in the Twitch chat ! Loaded, and you'll get a little link there for the website. Loaded, who were formerly known as CD Keys, where you can get up to 90% off your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. So everything. It'd be perfect just in time for the Christmas. You know, just a few days away. Could be a nice gift for someone you know or yourself. You deserve a game. You deserve something. You deserve a key. So why not? Have a bit of fun. But we are here at Frag Festival Series 3. First game over. We can see what exact games will be brought forward. You have, who else we got? I think what game was the Elf Go? You can. Is there 4-0? Okay, going straight to it. That was. I love our quick pivots. I love being able to go from game to game so fast. As now, we're going to be looking forward to see. 4-0 start is phenomenal, and we'll see if they can continue that here. Is looking like a 5th is on the hand. They're going for the run boost in this 5 versus 2. The outside players are just having a bit of fun, where over in here holding down the fort is going to be Zvedlov. I'm going to need a second on that one. Zevvalod. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with that. Holding it down over towards A. Still, you can see the X-ray on the left side just going for a little bit of a run boost. And it's not going. The door player just going to get taken out. Takes a little bit of a turn. Trozor. And just gets straight back to it. Not even going to delay. They were doing it. Trying it once again. Oh, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. But the round's already taken. 5v1. Falls apart. Hans Gaming cannot do that. 5-0. Happy as ever to take that fight. And they will continue to do so. Yeah, I saw on the stream it was a 1-0, but yeah, if you go into the game, it is showing correctly. But now, going into round 6, it's looking difficult for Team Boije. As the is now going down the vent, they're going to try to take some inner control with a heavy pressure towards the inner bomb side. Oh, peeking out with that off. Keep doing WTP, taking the fights. Oh, a double up for both of them. As Vezlov, that's a tough one, is going to be able to get a 3K in the round. And it's just going to be a cleanup completely. They try to take inner, Team Boije, but they just absolutely come up against a brick wall of the op and M4. So halfway into the half, and it's been a clean sweep so far. and expecting it to continue if they can keep this form up. We need to see the T's make some adjustments. They're a little bit skimp on the util. Nice amount of mollies, a couple of smokes. Maybe they can get something here, but without any kind of outer smokes, without any kind of presence there, we can see just walking forward on the outside, but that doesn't matter. WNTP is just going to be here with a triple up on the op, peeking around the corner, running back from trophy. Not going to take too many fights, going to change the angle they're playing. This shot, though, could lead to something here, but he's just going to keep repeating. He's just going to keep going. That is a 4K. He cannot get the ace, though. Down to a 3v1. Just one player, a Monkey Lucas. Going to be fighting for their life and fighting for the 7th round in the game. The CTs are just going to be communicating using sign language. And now, one player just sitting here, waiting for someone to make an aggression. Waiting for someone to push. Could be a 32. You never know. We're not here to count anyone out. We are going to count this round out, though, as it has just ended with the victory of LFO Good Guys taking the 7th. So, you know, all they need is 6 more in a row. All they need to do is continue forward, and they can keep on going. But for now, round 8. Clean slate. Pretend this is the first gun round of the game. Pretend you haven't lost 7 in a row. And pretend that there isn't a P90 in the game. Pretend that falling apart doesn't have that. But for now, a lot of out of control. They're just being given it for free, and that P90 is given free real estate themselves. They're going to keep getting some kills. There is one back. As somehow it's going to fall. We're going to see the rest of them, though, falling forward. Trozor and falling apart. Just going to get their piece. One remaining. Once again, Monkey Lucas not enjoying his chances here on the wide swing around. Red is going to be the 8th. The 13-0 is getting a little bit more scrumptious every single time we speak. As we are on to round number 9, and this tease, if they're just going to keep forcing, they're never going to be able to have a full buy going, really. They're going to have the rifles, sure, but they're never going to have the util for it. They're never going to be in a situation where they can actually contest outside. They don't have the smokes, they don't have the general util. And they're just going to keep being, I think, simply bullied. That's the way it's going. It's going to make its way down the vents. But the backup is here to make sure that they stay alive. And that's a fantastic click through into the door player. Out of the hut, you are just going to be walking into the fire of the AK. Trozor and Zeslov is going to be good enough. That is a butchered pronunciation. I'm aware of it. So I'm doing my best here. That is 9 on the board, though. That is LFO Good Guys just continuing to kill, continuing to take these rounds, and continuing to be victorious. They're going to start dropping guns. That's I think a UMP just on the floor. That's an M4 as well. Just leaving a few goodies in case you need something. I think they're at max loss or at max money, so why not? I guess is probably the question on your mind. But now going into round 10, oh, there's such an onslaught of utility over towards the ramp, and there's bullets flying forward. Falling apart is making them do so. He is going to fall himself, but the op, WNTP, is going to be another hero once again. That is 16 kills for him, and we're seeing oppers having so much success so far today. Last game was Dorbov. Pronunciation is hard. There's a lot of words going through my mind. But round 11. Round 11. We need to see the T's make some changes here. But I don't know if they have the time. I don't know if they have the money. I don't know if they have the opportunities here. They are going to start to at least fight outside, but they themselves are actually going to go with the smoke wall. They eventually get it. They eventually have the investment to do it, but trying to jump over the smoke is going to be a death sentence here. Let's see, Mate falls, and the rest of them are going to follow suit, and the flanking P90 on the silo falling apart is just going to sit atop, spraying down the SMG, peppering them through. And now the good guys are feeling like the bad guys, if you're really thinking about it. If from the point of view of Team Boije, they are not the good guys. Final round of the half, and trying to purchase something here. There is a lot of cash left on a player here, as we're going to see. This Hans Gaming. He could have 3,400 that he should probably spend, and Trozor just gonna run on through, just gonna have the AK in hand and take the fights. The P90's gonna also draw some attention and deal some damage, but now we're down to it. Now we're in this situation. WNTP is gonna keep going forward, and maybe they're gonna call themselves on a death sentence. Maybe they're gonna push a little bit too far as they're taking a lot of damage. They're taking some kills. That nade gonna nearly kill Monkey Lucas. But down to 2 HP, he will survive and not thrive. Playing some hard angles here, some spam coming in. The P90 holding close. As these low players struggling. Behind the door, he sits. Like ships in the night, Manny will pass. The P90, good for the kill, good for the second as well. Boije himself will fall. The P90 will also get taken. But now 2 HP versus 2 players. You can give 1 HP to one of them, and that's it. Slowly working their way through. 30 seconds on the clock. This off. Just going to be stationed by the door. He's given his spot away. They know that he is in the hut. They know that he's low on time. Unless he starts sprinting towards ramp, he's going to be struggling. And coming behind him is going to be the knife in hand. Expecting it to come. And WNTP not only has the op, he also has the knife. 12-0. And put in the chat, you said 13-0. We're looking like a possibility. We're looking like that could be the case. We're looking like that could be where it is. I'm expecting it's going to take a whole lot of hope, a whole lot of trial, and a whole lot of magic. I think magic is probably the best word to go with here as to what is needed for this to go forward here. We'll keep an eye. We'll see what people are looking for. See how this pistol goes. Early molly towards the door, expecting something. Oh, the underhanded nade is not going to be able to block the thing, but they're going to be able to get the first kill. Going to be completely traded back straight away. Very good to be able to keep up with these kills, not just falling apart, but now into this 3 versus 3. They need to make some changes. Hans Gaming going to fall. They're going to be able to take the heaven. They're going to be able to just pinch their way onto the CTs. And I'm expecting some success here. As we see the good guys fight alongside. They know one's on the site. They can just wait to double up. They can go from the heaven and the hut. And they can take this fight easy as ever. Doesn't even need the back of Zezvalod. Gonna get that kill, and now just 1 remaining. Just a matter of time, and the time is up. And that is a 13-0 game. You said it in chat, and it has come to fruition. That is a phenomenal display, just complete and utter domination. As we are going to see the game be over. GG's in the chat. GG's. It's me again. Hello, everyone. I'm Kurt. Hi. But we'll keep an eye. We'll check the bracket. I know one of you said Japanese coffee, and we probably should at least show Sneaky's team once. I don't know, but I'm also we're looking through to see what else we got. We have a lot of these games going forward. We have a lot of these ones. I think LFO good guys are going to be playing Talon Esport next. What do we got? We got a few more games in the pipeline. A lot of games ongoing. Scrolling through myself. Any. Oh, we have bracket on the stream. I don't have to look at it myself. Yay. Yeah, we've done our round 1, our round 2. So some of the round 2 games are still ongoing, but we'll turn our eyes to round 3. Just keep an eye on him. Yeah, we can hop to Japanese coffee. I think that's going. They're early in game. There's a couple of rounds to Japanese coffee right now, but we can go to them. We can see if Sneaky's team is going to get decimated. I think everyone wants to either see them succeed or fail, and either way, they're going to be on stream. So I think we're all getting what we want. Well, let's get that loaded up. We'll get that ready. Any other teams people cheering for in the chat? Anyone keeping an eye on the bracket? We're keeping an eye on them, and throughout the day we will be able to see them. We are in game. Just it is going to be Japanese coffee taking the second. I think we saw that from the match page that they were going to take that round. But looking at the situation in the 4v1, wasn't expecting much from Ika, either or. But We are going to be now into round number 3. Japanese Coffee, you are currently the ones we're keeping our eye on this game of Agent. Going into round 3, rifles are going to be in the hand of Ika. Okay, I'm gonna. Someone's gonna tell me I'm wrong. Either way, smoke towards the mid, towards the red room. CTs are gonna keep that control here. There's a lot of presence over towards the B side. A lot of this control is gonna be getting. The speedway is gonna be in the hands of Ika. T's fighting for the MP9. Coming a little bit too close to the sun, Icarus style, is going to fall as well towards the rest of the map. And that's going to be a gap found. The donut can be taken, the site can be pushed, and now A is just open for the taking. The MP9 going to get one, go into the main position. So now they actually have a really good linchpin to work off of. Bomb can be planted, though, for the donut. They can now try this, though. It's going to be a struggle. They might just go for the save here. 3 versus 4? Maybe you take a look initially at least. But any kill here, any death, should spell disaster. And the donut player is going to fall as well. Are you going to be fighting here? Versus 4, and the spray just comes on in. We're going to see Santano take that, and that's going to be a first on the board for Ika. IKA. I'm gonna keep getting it wrong, so don't worry, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Going into round 4, though, the CTs, they're gonna be able to buy up. They're gonna maybe half buy, maybe go for them. That is an XM1014, the automatic shotgun, as some may know it, or the auto shotty is probably the better name. I'm not gonna give it the full title. Red Room once again gonna be smoked. This T's gonna be taking control this time. The CTs don't have the equal or the power to really fight for it. Smirk my words, though, they will get one. Trade it out. But the trade is going to leave a gap still. Donut can be taken. A deagle is in the hand, and they're just running through. Headshot! That is a great one to take here. As Punk gets that kill. 4 versus 3 here, the T's. They lost so much control on that, but now the B side might be empty. And if the rotates here are well timed, they might be able to convert something here. The MP9 is in a prime spot to try to take a fight here. But he's not going to find anything. The auto shot, he's also going to fall before it can find fruition. 2 players remain on Donut. They're just going to double up. Smoked off, though. B-site going to be taken from every single angle here. So no matter where you go, a player will be fighting. Timing is everything. And this time it favors Ika. Santano playing off that really well, and now taking another one here, as they are not going to be able to do anything whatsoever. Great doubling up, great able to get 2-2 now. A little bit more competitive than our previous 2 as of yet. Maybe it'll turn into an 8 or a 10-2 half, you never know. But at least some trading of rounds coming on in. Just taking a drink. We all need to hydrate. Don't forget to do that, guys. It's going to be a timeout, which I do enjoy. You know, depending on your level, you might see timeouts more or less. But here we are going to see them. Maybe it's more technical than tactical, but no matter what, it is going to be taken. Could be some strategy being called. The CTs, though, they are not going to be in a position to fight for this. Really. They can go for some pistols. They can go for some nades. But this is very much in the hands of Ika to lose. Four versus 2 now. The kills have just fallen straight away. But purchase it up has led to a rifle in the hand. And that might just be a save on the horizon here. The USP just going to sit and wait towards CT. I mean, if it delays, that's it doing its job. We're going to see the T's not go much further than their own spawn. I think one may be AFK. Or DC. Or DC. saw Santano get taken out of the round. This USP is fighting for their life here as they chase him down. They're going to get taken, but expecting this M4 to be able to survive unless they speed up the pace here. Saved out. Kill taken, so a little bit more damage dealt. It is going to be a technical on the cards here. As we take a moment, Santano got to get back in the server. 3-2. Ika take the lead after losing the pistol in the conversion. Japanese Coffee can rebuy. They're going to get some rifles. They're going to be able to get a little bit of util depending on what rifle they do want to purchase up. But they should be able to get everything here. So this is their best opportunity right now. An op is going to be had for Ika. That's going to be the hands of Sonsical. So we're going to see where they're going to take that. If they're going to take some of that aggression, take point towards B, towards mid. If we're going to slow it down, keep it towards defaults. To see what kind of call they make. They are finding so much success, though. I think a lot of their presence towards mid has been very, very strong. They're able to get so much control early, whether it's towards B or main, or towards the mid. And now getting into round number 6, we are going to see once again that util traded out. Towards mid as control can be fought for. The CTs are going to be successful here, expending a lot to get a lot. As the presence is held towards B. These 3 players going towards the speedway. Going to try to see, maybe get some cave control, maybe get some site control. Trying to flash their way in over. Take some with this off. Not even needed. As we see the rifle start to pick up some pieces. Punk gets a retrade. Down to the 4v4. Nice chunking of damage across the board. Smoke used to slow, but they might just try to get ahead of it. Depending. Ika taking control here. Gonna take another kill as well. Yunkai, good for that one. 2 versus 4. And they're just going to keep on going here. As now going towards the long side. It's just going to be Siskawat remaining. This is a 4th on the board for Ika. 4 in a row. So it has been Japanese Coffee who gain the pistol and the second, but falling flat once the rifles get in their hands. Falling flat once the opposition is able to start to execute their own game plan. And they're doing it nicely as well. They've been able to get so many early advantages. They've been able to get so many early trades and turn that into map control, turn that into situations that are positive for them. Great setup towards mid is keeping at the very least the CTs preoccupied, not giving that away for free any of the rounds. This time we are going to see the CT hopefully survive. This is going to be a timing-based situation as we are going to see Siskawat is going to get that. So saving with a rifle should be good going forward here. And an op in the hand of Punk. Okay, you got the loss bonus. You got a chance. You got some rounds to try to play with here. So now maybe Japanese Coffee can turn this into something. Once again, heavy mid presence for the CTs, but speedway given to the Ts, who are now going to keep doing what they've been doing, taking that control and fighting for it. CTs holding deep now and maybe fighting for it. That smoke is going to slow up any kind of aggression from the terrorist side. As Hoodie with the MP9 going to be trying to play those close angles, trying to not let them fight for it. Off though. Just needs a good timing. Sees where the player is. Oh, that's a great flash. Clear out and get a peek going. But Punk on their own op is not going to find any success. They are able to actually take A. Slow up. Keep those donut players at bay. And now trying to get that plant down. The bomb is not on the cards though, so they're going to need to take a moment. They're going to need to take some time and wait to see what they can do here. Peeking around their own smoke. The Ts are going to be fighting, but the donut players are just holding strong. They're not overplaying their hand. They're waiting for what the Ts wish to do. That is going to be the bomb attempted to be planted, and it's going to succeed. 4 versus 4, double op in the hands. So you're going to be trying something for sure here, no matter what here. I don't think there's more than one kit on the cards. M4 finds one. They just need to start clearing out some of these angles. The op misses the first. Maybe able to cross off that. The T's though going to start to re-aggress a little bit here as Cook's going Great fight coming off from Yongkai. Good for the 2 falls eventually. MP9 now to back it up. The ops in 2 hands need to be the final defending. The jump spotting is not going to be where they find the kills back. As Sikiwat is going to try to survive. Sonsical is going to shoot the head off of his teammate. And Ika is going to take a 5th on the board. These have been very back and forth middle of the rounds for a lot of these. But Japanese Coffee cannot find the success they need to take any of them over the line. A lot of saves having to occur. And not a lot of success. Rifles. A little bit. A FAMAS and MP9. You're struggling here. I think some kind of change-up got to be made here. They've been doing this similar. They've been able to get this big control. They've been able to fight for it. But it hasn't been enough. The T's have been getting a lot of real estate over towards B here for practically free. There hasn't been too much contention here. Maybe some util dropped, maybe some saves. But for the most part, it has just been in the hands of the T's for the most part. But now to this 4v5, Japanese Coffee are going to be struggling. The MP9 is going to be a great spot to take the first. Pulls out the weapon swaps and able to get more. We're getting some kills back though. As Sikiwat takes another 3 versus 2. The bomb has been planted. There is a hit onto Ron Claus. And now they're just going to double up. They're just going to play together here. The op is going to catch a glimpse. The swing out, not going to come to fruition. 2 versus 2. They are aware that someone's probably in the cave. He's on the right side though, and he's not ready for that. Dane gets that kill. The op is on watch towards the main position. And that is a 6-2 scoreline. Ika leading absolutely happily. And what we're looking at here is it seems that they're always losing the picks. No matter where they go, they've been making this similar play every single time. They are fighting for mid, which of course you do need to take mid control. But towards the sites, they've been very lackluster in that early round defense. Here, maybe a change-up will need to be made. And the change-up is going to be to put all the presence towards B, but that is going to be a missed call. Soon, it's going to be figured out that maybe, just maybe, the target is A as the A main push comes on through. The smokes and nades follow through, and the donut is peeked upon. That is good for the first. They should be able to get a trade here as Santano. Good for the double up. And the players are just going to fall for Japanese Coffee. 6-2. 7 on the horizon. Bomb has been planted. No kits in the hands. It's seeming like we're going to be giving away this 7th round. And we're going to be taking a save. Trying to find something. There is an AK recovered. But it's all just consolation prizes and never the victory. As Ika looking happy to just take these round after round after round. Wait for that bomb to explode. We'll see, can anything be done?
Terrorists win.
Going into round number 10, the CTs are going to be purchasing up what they can. And it's going to be a nice handful because of those saved weapons, because of any kind of economic trends we've been seeing. They are able to get a little bit back on board. Oh, that is a missed smoke for the CTs. Might cause a little bit of issue here as the op is now given free reign to peek. Let's see if they do get that off to this. Fighting is going to be taken, and the CTs are both going to fall. He spams his teammate and deals the damage, and Yongkai is the one to capitalize, taking that kill over the line. And now this round is already looking absolutely dire as they're going to regroup. They're going to take their forces towards B, and now that's where only one player remaining is going to be sitting. Red Room shot by the op, but it's going to be a miss overall. The repeat is not going to be any better. Global 50 cent falls. Spam going to be good for Hoodie, but also spam against him will be even better. Nade should take him out as he's left on pittance of health. And Sikiwat all alone, 13 HP. Not looking so hot here, now is it? Looking at this 2-8, Ika just pushing, just taking so much control. Every single round, they're the ones to get the first pick. Every single round, they're the ones to take map control. And this time around, it just isn't the way. The spam into his teammate for the CTs meant that Yunkai could just win out the round, could just get that double kill. And once that happens, that's already a nail in the coffin. The 3v5, the CTs are split. And that is the 10th round, 8 on the board for Ika.
Terrorists win.
And a very, very negative horizon for Japanese Coffee as we keep pushing forward here. There's had to be a save, I think, in the last 6 rounds. Every single time there has been one rifle that has been attempted or successfully saved. And Ika are okay with that. Ika are happy as ever to be in the driver's seat. We'll see how it goes here, if the mid-combat will commence, or if we're going to be seeing a fallback here. The CTs are not taking that as much, but the Ts are taking towards the B position. Left on an island. Hoodie's going to be good for the one with the MP9. But fuck it. Pulling back is going to be Bobo. Bobo 50 Cent. Absolute tongue twisters here as nades go forward. The smokes are going to continue to block vision. And the CTs are going to be fighting. Try to take some control back. Great flash here is going to give Yunkai the kill as they're going to start to peek around here. Great position is going to be gotten from Kalgoga. Trying to just stay alive, trying to keep this fight up, and they're just forcing the CTs into such negative positions. Great headshot now, and 1 versus 3 remaining. Wrong claws, no HP, and a FAMAS. The dream is dead, and Ika's 9th is in hand. We're seeing such success every single round. They're switching it up as well, not keeping to the same formula. It is very much a B-centric moment for a lot of these rounds. That's where they're finding a lot of it. They found a crack and they're going to continue to chisel away at it. But now they're switching it up. They are not staying stationary. They're not sticking to what works every round, and they are instead becoming this fluid state in which they change every time. And this choice is going to lead to Japanese Coffee giving away the A site unbeknownst. As no one's on the site, smokes are going to drop, and the Ts are just going to plant. Only 126.65 on the clock is when the bomb will be planted. We're now to a 5v5 retake. There's a couple of kits on board, but this is an Ika round feeling in the gut. As they're going to start off with the first kill. Getting some frags back though. The FAMAS is finding success. Pumpkin Sikiwat. Ron Claus is going to fall, but 3 versus 2 now. Punk and Hoodie need to do work, and they're going to be good for the first. They know at least one is towards main. They don't know necessarily who the second is, but maybe they can find him. The defuse is started. Dane now going to try to run. He's going to be able to make it into the cave. And he's going to keep fighting here. Hoodie spamming, shooting, and he cannot get it. Pulls out the pistol and can't hit the last. 10-2. Ika, they might have lost the pistol in the second, but they continue to fight and fight and fight. I hope Sneaky isn't watching because, oh my days, this is not going to be a happy sight if you are him. Going into the second half, I gotta feel like hopes are low. Gotta feel like we're getting a little bit caught up on ourselves. Red Room is going to be smoked. The T's are going to take some mid control off the back of some flashes and just sprint their way into the donut. So this is a way to capitalize. There's only going to be one CT there to fight for it. Santano is going to be absolutely onslaughted. He's not going to fall though, and I think that's a huge, huge point. The bomb will be planted, and there are no... Well, there's one kit on Dane. So an opportunity to try to fight back on this. They're positioning way, way back. They're getting some main control, getting some control. There is some forward positions that are going to take some fights. Hoodie's going to be just going to continue the dualies. Good for a kill. 3 versus 3 now. Young guy dropped. But they're getting a wide variety of pushes here through the cave, through CT, and now through Donut. They just need to play strong, play defensive here as Kalgoga as well is going to fall. Running out of time here, the CTs might just have to back on up, and it looks like they will. A save's on the cards. Keeping themselves an armor and a kit is going to be the final decision here. So Japanese Coffee, they might not have won any of the rifle rounds, but both pistols are in the pocket. Boba 50 Cent's going to fall, but that's still the round no matter what. There's got to be an absolute sheer in the call for Japanese coffee as no success. 10 rounds in a row were lost, and you finally bounce back once you get in the T side. Maybe that's just where they're going to find their success. Maybe this is going to be how they do it. Red Room once again. Insta smoke, I feel like any game, we're expecting a lot of that. But now walking onto A, they're walking into the onslaught of pistols. It's going to be trades, it's going to be team kills, it's going to be pistols. Finding the success here is the SMGs are not necessarily going to do it. And now they're not ready here. Call Goga, 5-7 in hand, just waiting, watching. 5-7 going to be used to try to win the round here. It's going to be good for the first. And now, stuck between a rock and a hard place, Punk needs to take these fights, needs to take these kills. And the timing is not there. Peeks away from the CT. Dane with the USP is going to be the one to take them out. And just when I said Japanese coffee might be having a little bit of a cheer, it all falls apart because now you don't even get the second round conversion. Now you don't even have weaponry to play with, and the CTs are going to be absolutely flowing in that cash. 12 on the cards here. Japanese coffee might have fucked up. They might have some upgraded pistols and armor, but they don't really have a shot here. It feels like Flash is going to get them into cave and get them fighting. The Tech 9's good for the first. Trades are going to come on in, but the rifles you're expecting to get some success, but expectations can be absolutely decimated as the Tech 9's going to get themselves some success. It's going to get them ahead. They have the B site in their hands. This Deagle needs to hit, and it's going to fail. The swing of the MAC-10 is superior as the pistols still struggling to thrive. 2 versus 2 now coming in. The Donut's pushed. The site needs to be taken. They have a little bit of util to drop. They have a little bit of slow here. Smoke towards the CT. Planting for the Donut. Holding close though. They need to be taking these deep angles here. Ready for the player coming for Red Room, but you don't have the HP left. The Dink means Hoodie will be fighting a losing battle. We're going to see util dropped as now just stuck in the corner. Halfway ticked as the bomb, but his teammate Sikiwat does fall. Hoodie now needs to be timing these to perfection and instead gets themselves killed upon. That is 12 on the board. That is Ika looking, staring at match point. That's now 12-3. Not looking so good. Sneaky, if you're in the chat, avert your eyes because I'm not feeling so hopeful right now. We'll have to see if any more success can be got in this round 3 game. Ika looking good though. And looking at the weaponry here, I'm not expecting miracles, but they need to be found. Japanese coffee, sweet and bitter all the same. As shots fired and the M4's ring. 5 versus 4. They just have no map control. Mid is taken. B lane control is theirs. And Ika are just sitting pretty. They don't even need to take any more of their control. They can just sit back. They can just wait, but maybe they will push. Maybe they'll play around that smoke, and maybe Santana will just continue to take power. They are ready for something here, but the M4 finds success. Sikiwat falls and watches his teammates as they attempt to fight back. They're good for the first. Hoodie with the Deagle finds the final kill. Punk as well. Down to a 3 versus 3. Most success we've had in a while. Oh, towards the lane though is going to be that M4. Looking good. Dane as well. And now it's just going to be Boba. Bobo 50 Cent gets the first, but the AWP gets the sliver of an angle. And that is a 13-3 victory for Ika. Japanese coffee. They won 2 pistols on a conversion, but every other round is just in the hands. That is a crazy, crazy time. Sneaky, I hope you're not here. Blaming Jupiter for praying for our downfall. Yeah, I think you're correct. Nice attempts. There were so many close rounds, but just no closing out. Absolute struggle there. Condolences, to say the least. But we're going to keep moving forward. That is going to be a heartbreaking losses. I think there was some buys going forward. we're back to bracket, or we're back here. Goodbye, chat. Hello, bracket. As we see if more games. There's a lot of those round 3 games still going on. I don't know if we have any necessarily round 4 games. We might. We have one round 4 game, and I think that round 4 game is the one that just got confirmed by Eco winning their game. so yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll go to another round 3. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got Taka and TEB Esport Pro. They have Pro in their name. They must be the best team ever made. That would be my guess if they got that in their name. Back to chat. Yo. Simukizine. Choopy. Happy is the worst feeling. You're so right. I love the auto. There is auto mod in chat. Oh, this. I like this. Yeah, there was so many moments where I was like, oh, this looks good. But who cares about my ramblings? Who cares about the previous game? As now we're Taka and TEB Esports Pro will be fighting. The CTs are looking good though. Taka are taking the fights, but the T's are backing up. They're able to get a little bit on their hands. There's just one remaining here, as we are going to see Remy, the only remaining player, will be fighting against the Op and the MP9. Fartas and Ian. Oh, they double up though. The swings are going to come on through, and that is some great bouncing off the back of each other, taking some bait, getting Remy stuck in this position. And now 4-3. Taka take the lead. It has been, looking at that scoreboard up there, a bit of back and forth here as the 3 rounds in a row were gotten from TB Esports after the first in the conversion. And now some success. A soft landing is found, and Taka going to be looking to keep up some success here. We are seeing a lot on their hands. They have great util, great full buy. TEB have just scrounged together what they can. Galil's not as much util as they want, so it's going to be an uphill battle. They don't have the loss bonus either, so losing this would be detrimental, and they're just playing it so slow for now. Taking a lot of this control. That is an op though. That is the saving grace, though they don't have the util. Running through the fire and the flames. We are them pushing forward here as Anti is going to be on an island for a moment, but the cavalry needs to come soon. We are going to see Psychico taking 1, taking 2, and still staying as a stalwart. Falls eventually. The CTs losing the advantage they once had. Fartaz and Ian are once again, they won the 1v2 last round, but this time they are up against the odds. Molly going to be thrown to try to force the positions out. Bomb going to be planted. But did they just save here? There's a little bit of pullback here, but it might be just be them trying to play for a deeper angle. They're not going to be given a peek here, though. I think they're just waiting. I think it's a case of play if we get a pick. Otherwise, go for the save here. And it's looking like Taka lose out this round. And TB Esport Pro. Good to even it up. 4-4. We've seen a lot of stomps lately, but a lot of success found. Oh, and the op is not going to be good for it. That nade is good. No, Remy dies from the HE, but the rest are going to scrounge their way back through the apartments. Evened up. Round 9 is going to be an intense one, as the economy of Taka is not as prim as you'd want it to be. They might be able to get some drops in. They should be able to maybe get something on the board. But TEB, I think it's their round to try not to lose. They get a respectable round going, though. Taka. Some more utility could be on the cards, but they got what they got. Smoking deep, going aggressive towards under here with the op. Bertaz going to be trying to hold that, but getting spammed in the ankle. It's like Kiko. Still, though, you see, towards... Oh, as I speak, everything falls apart. The AK is finding more success. Now it's just the op. Now it's just M4. As Choppa and Fartaz trying to do something here towards the short and the underpass. A is completely free. TEB are going to stand firm and take that. Anti with the op ready towards the connector. Whereas the rest trying to plant. Coming towards the connector. They're going to double up and they're going to see what they can find here. Towards CT and main, though, you're not going to be finding any advantage. You're going to be such an uphill battle. And given how slow they're taking it, given how hesitant they are, yeah, it's just going to be a save. Really good from TB to thrive in the chaos here. The angles played for that underplay just did not favor the CTs at all. Psychico was stuck. He could see the opponents. His feet were visible, taking the shots there, so the op didn't even get a chance to see the enemy players before he was forced into that combat. TB Esport now ahead. The saves are going to come in handy, but I don't even think the CTs are in a position to force up. They might do so, but we'll have to see as this round continues. You're going to see round 10. This is going to be crucial. TB Esport could guarantee themselves at least an even half, and at best a success. Remy, though, is going to be the one to spearhead the start. The op is going to be good for the first. Are getting them back, though. Fertaz themselves towards mid finds them more. And now we're just going to keep fighting for this. The A site under assault towards Sandwich. The T's are trying, boosting towards the stairs. Perhaps the Pistol's still going to struggle, but get one. The op peeking over the stairs. Fertaz looking good on it. Big reach success. The Deagles finding some as well. And that's Psychico with a double Deagle headshot to win out the round. That is a 5-5 even up. That is Taka taking the fight back. That is some crazy ending there. The op and the Deagles hand in hand. Fertaz and Psychico just looking clean as ever. TEB just sitting aghast at that. There is a technical pause. Unsure of the origin, but taking a second. That is a crazy, crazy shots, though. Great way to finish out the round. A great way to find success if you are Taka. Keeping it competitive. You want to try to keep it as much as you can. You don't want to be losing too many rounds on that CT side, and you are going to continue to fight for this. The T's purchasing up as much as they can. Galils, a lot of utility. So, not going to be the easiest fight of their life. The Deagle spam. Successful as well. Oh, going to be fighting. Not quite falling, and actually Fertaz finds a kill in the end, but a lot of chunk damage being dealt. Man advantage still in the hand. Oh, and that's a huge kill towards the ramp. Great to be able to take that out for Psychico. Versus 3, they have made control and they're going to use it. We're going to see them take one of these kills. It's going to be ESA. 4 versus 3, but a lot of low H players for the CT, so it could fall easily. The op going to get pushed upon, but that is not going to be a kill at all, as it is going to be Ianer over towards A, backing up the teammates. 4 versus 2. They still haven't made it out. The one player that did make it out of Con got consequences of their actions shown, and now taking some forward aggression. Fertaz finds another as Jakin falls, and just some kills back as Anti, the last remaining player of TEB, is going to get taken. 6-5. Taka at least themselves have the even half. They're the ones that eventually do take it with that 2 round in a row. It's just a question of who's going to be leading at the end, if it's going to be an evened up or if it's going to be a 6-6 even half as we go into the second. And if you were a betting man, you'd be looking at TEB and seeing a little bit of struggles here as no rifles in the hand, just Tech 9s, a little bit of utility, looking for a bit of a waterfall here towards the palace position. The M4 struggling to pick a target, struggling to have vision with the flashes, and Taka struggling to have the ace in hand. That M4 is going to be found. The bomb should be planted. This Deagle going to try to find a head, not quite able to get it. Choppa gets the frag back. 4v4. Retake potential here, and they're going to continue the shots being fired as the CTs are going to find some success in their own spawn. Spamming through the flash is good. It's going to flash his own teammate, but they're going to keep just getting the kills here, and they're just down to 1. Jakin is going to be there. It's not planted for him, and this round is all said and done. Taka going to be good for the 7th here. Spam comes in, but the defuse is easy as ever. They didn't plant for him, and he is not in a position to do it. 7-5. That is a great recovery of that CT side with that 3 in the row to end it out. We're now looking to see what we can do. There is a technical pause here. Remy dropping out of the server. We'll hopefully get them back in a moment. As I say, they appear. Speak of the devil. See what can be done going into this second half. It is going to be a fight. It is going to be a struggle, and we are going to see what can be done. This is such a crucial round for TB to try to get back on their horse. You want to try to get some early success, not let that lead spiral away, even if you are on the CT side. And Taka setting up just for a simple A execute. Smokes down towards the connector, taking fights, going forward, and taking heads. But one of them is your teammates, Ianer. So it is a trade back in the unorthodox sense, and now the 4v4 has commenced. Pushing towards the CT spawn. The bomb hasn't even been planted, and you're going for the firing squad. Ianer still fighting, still taking shots, still taking names. Now we are going to see them take another as well. 2v2, but they can just try to divert, try to make their way over towards B, try to cross the market. And they're going to be successful for now. Fertal's brought low though. Close to death. Plant comes on in. The timing is there. Ianer as well. Another headshot. Fragged out though is his teammate. Fertal's taken anti versus Ianer. He knows he's behind the pillar. He gets a glimpse of him. Just fighting each other. It's just going to take one headshot from either side. The spam comes in, dealing some damage, but not finding the head on either side of the occasion. Having to reload the USP. Ianer is just going to capitalize. 8-5 now in favor of Taka. Looking fantastic for them now. As getting this, expected to get the 9th, expected to continue spiraling this into even more success. As now continuing to go the pistols, a few upgraded. 5-7 towards under. The Eagle towards Khan, seeing what they can do. A lot of util dropped over towards the connector though, forcing him away. Absolute respect here. The T's flashing themselves. Still getting that kill. ESA dropped. B site taken. The flank is going to be quite timely though. So maybe you can find some success with that 5-7. Is going to be kills going towards Taka though. As we're going to see the Galils finding absolute power here. Psychico. Just one left is Anti in the apartments with a 5-7. Gets dropped by the Mac 10. Choppa gets them over the line for the 9th. And Taka going into this, getting the first round, getting the conversion. Now on to the rifles. Maybe we can see TEB get their success back, find a little bit of pep in their step, find a little bit of strength. As they're going to have full rifles and an XM10. But util-wise, a little bit light. But that's absolutely fine. Seeing what they can find in terms of success. Doubling up towards mid. Holding this strong. Is going to be a heavy presence as Palace is pushed upon. Everything else is a Fugazi. An absolute mirage. As they're going to fall here. Jacob is going to get the kill, and it might be up then. But Psychico gets the first, and I think now the jig is up. But they've gotten control. By the time it's found out, they can now try to get the plant open. But the CT side are going to fight for their life, going to fight for the round. Towards Sayers, towards CT. They're going to find success as one Jakin and Anti get their piece. And one Jakin is going to be there for the next kill as well. Just one remaining. Choppa with the Mac 10, not in a position he wants, not with the plant he needs. TEB takes 6. They recover now once they're onto the rifles. And that's actually really, really good because now they save a lot of weaponry. They turn that XM10 into a rifle, so they're not even losing that much off that one death. And now there's an opportunity to take themselves up, take themselves to a 7th, bring that forward, roll it into some momentum, and get going. There was a great idea there from Taka to utilize a little bit of obfuscating, taking that mid control, throwing a lot of presence towards mid and apartments, and then you can run your way towards the palace. But just the timing of it all, the positioning, the checking of angles, they weren't smoking off where they needed to. The stairs position wasn't checked, or wasn't cleared out with a utility, so they were not ready for it to be fighting. Now, going up with these rifles, ESA is going to be the first one to strike and pounce and take a kill as they peek on towards the apartments. So any B control is completely lost, even if the CTs don't take it. And now it's looking really, really good for TEB. The T's, though, they are going to be taking this control over towards mid lane. Fights short, though, is where the combat will commence, and Fertog's only good for the first, get some damage dealt, but not going to be able to find the kill onto Anorax. Four v 3, and they just are going to redirect, going to try and take themselves back towards B. The Molly's not going to slow them up, as they're only going to get there as it fades. And the positioning of the CTs means this is going to be a favorable situation, especially if Anorax is going to continue to pull back. The timing is here. He needs to find the success. He needs to try to get a kill here just to make that retake a bit easier. But he's actually going to be the one to fall. 3 versus 3. Now Taka can just put on the accelerator, take this over. They need to get the plant, though, as soon as possible. Try to set that timer going. There's only one kit on the board as well. In the hands of Remy, there might be some scattered on the floor. But now in this 3 versus 3, they need to be positioned perfectly. Inner holding close to the market. We're going to see it back towards bench, back towards apartment. So they're very spread out, trying to give as many of these difficult fights, as many of these angles to clear. It's just about when do they start to open up, pushing through the market door. They're going to start to trade it out and down. It goes to Remy, who's not going to be able to find it, as Psychico finds some success, finds the double to end it out, and gets Taka to the double digits. Looking really, really good here. 6 to 10 now. The T's finding what they needed to. But we are going to see TEB rebuy back straight away. I don't think it's going to be perfect. I think a couple of them are going to be on lower weaponry, but they're going to go for the AWP, a couple rifles. So maybe that's the success where they need. It is looking like they're going to go for some kind of peek towards mid with this. So it's a question of, can they get the angle for it? Heavy towards mid this default. Taka fighting for it. Smoke flash is timed well, as one Jaken is going to fall. TEB already at a disadvantage. The AWP is still in hand, though. That is an M4 drop, though. That is one of the better weapons they have on display. Gonna try to keep this up. Molly towards Mindo. And now redirecting themselves over towards the A. TEB, though, making a nice little read here. Trying to keep their forces together. Trying to push it. And now we're going to see what they can do. And smoke towards window will be dropped. I believe they're going to do a con smoke or a CD smoke. Or it will be, yeah, the top con jungle. And now 4v5. It's going to be up to the timing. Low Psychico is going to... And they're just going to accelerate out of the palace. Needs to find success. ESA will not. 4 versus 3 now. Speeding it up. Anti with the AWP towards CT. Is going to be doing what they can. The bomb has still not been planted, though, but the kills will still keep coming. Choppa taking Remy. 3 versus 2. Anti, the sole survival now is Anorax going to get taken themselves. And now AWP in the 1v3. He does have a kit, but he's going to be fighting an absolute hell of a fight in order to do this. He needs to be showing perfection, especially when it's planted so open. The AWP is going to get peeked upon and then take the shot. And that is going to be taking 11. They are looking very, very good here. As we see them working their way up, trying to take this victory in round 3, trying to push forward within the Fragfest Series 3 tournament. And now the CTs are just left onto nothing. They're onto pistols, they're fighting. They're going to do what they can. But it's looking like Taka is going to be able to take the 12th. It's going to have to be conceding, especially one pistol finds a little bit of damage, but not enough to take a kill. They're going to slowly but surely work their way out, taking towards Palace, taking towards Ramp, taking these fights. You're going to see the kills come forward, towards mid, towards A, towards every single angle. And now CT in mid, everyone's going to fall. It's just one. One Jacob, going to be good for the first. But no armor and a deagle. You are not going to find so much success. You are not going to be able to do this. You are going to be giving away that 12th round to Taka. And now the 1v3. It's just going to be trying to save that up. There's not much else to be done. Not much else to be attempted. And not much more fight in them. And even then he's going to fall. So the op is going to be back in the hands of Taka. TEB. They need to win 6 in a row to even have a glimpse at overtime. Taka are going to be the ones to fight this. Taka are be the ones to do it. Last round, potentially. We're going to be seeing a few of those depending on how this one goes. They're going to be taking some heavy pressure towards mid. Doubling up. Keeping that up. Not giving away anything. Taka. Ollie boxes to keep that control. Putting such pressure here on the T's. It is just a case of trying to time this perfectly. They're so ready though. The T's are playing anti-flash. They're holding their angles. The op on both sides are just waiting for someone to peek, waiting for a sliver of something. Smoke towards window is not going to cause any commotion for them. And it is just a case of timing this. And that flash is going to just be good to push forward here. The CTs are going to be finding success though with that. It's a 3 dead. As Anorax is going to be great to take those. 4v2. Taka going to be struggling to be able to take the win this time, but stranger things have happened. And now the T's fighting for it. Dead on short is Anorax. The op is still ready towards A though. 35 seconds on the clock there. Low on that much. They need to make a decision if they're going to go for this round. You need to decide if they're going to commit. They're going to need to take these fights, and they're going to need to do them fast here. Making steps, making sounds. The short player needs to be checked. He is going to be seen, but he's not going to be taking ESA. Just going to be holding it down, and that is looking like it's going to be 7 on the board for TEB. As Taka looking 1 versus 3. Chopper with the AK in hand. Not even going to be able to take that short player. Not even going to be able to take ESA. And TEB stay alive. 12-7. Taka looking at their economy. They're not in the best position to get this full buy necessarily. They might full invest still. The util is not necessarily on the cards across the board, but you can scrounge together something. You can get yourself some rifles. You can get yourself some util. It is just a question of what you're going to do with it. As heavy A presence going to be dropped. No one even sticking towards it, mid or B. It is just going to be complete and utter A execute. Slowing them down. The util is going to be dropped. Don't know if any redirects are going to be coming in. There is the rotate here, so it will be a heavy CT hold. Already good is one Jacob. Looks the kill. Holding on top of the firebox. Remy's going to be good for 1. They're going to fall. Still though, a lot of kills coming in. A lot of trades. Even a team kill with that molly. Pushing through with the Mac-10. Fighting for their life. Chopper though, not going to be able to do it. Fake plant. Going to be thrown in. Fartaz in the 1v2 for a potential victory. He has an AK in hand. He doesn't have the util to fight for this. But he's just going to take it slow. There is a minute of the clock. He could pull away. He does have the bomb in his hands, and they don't know. They can't confirm if he's left. They don't know if he's there. They don't know if he's waiting. It's a game of timing that they are going to try to capitalize on. If I'm TEB, I'm taking this slow right now, and they are towards CT. They're just waiting. Still slowly but surely they're just sticking to this. The op is going to be picked up. The flash over the top. Going to slow them up. That plant is going to get to go through. He's going to jump on the box. A classic strat. Going to go for the first. Doesn't know where the second one. He might have heard the shots. Misses the second though. And Taka, they're not going to be able to take the game. Fartez is not going to be able to win it. But that is a truly great effort. Good to get the plant. Good to get this going. 12-8 now on the cards. As put in the chat, if there are any requests, obviously, you know, throw them in chat. There's a few round 4 games going ahead. And we can see what they can do. We're going to see what ones we can throw on the table here. As this one keeps on giving. Taka, they're onto the pistols. They're going to be playing this out even further. But they're going to need to do something here. They're going to take it slow. Heavy presence towards B. It's mid contesting. It's not going to lead to too much. Looking for this. Molly's to slow them out. The rotate's coming on in. The pistol's going to be struggling to take these fights. As now, even towards the van, we're seeing an absolute stalwart display. The ESA gets 2 before falling. And now kills continue to go through. Bomb cannot be planted. And even now, they're finding success. Inner and Psychico. 2 players truly fighting right now. They get rifles, they get some weapons, they get a plant. No matter what, you're seeing this as a bit of success, but you'd rather just take it over the line. 8-13 is on the cards, and it's looking likely. Psychico with the op is looking good. 1v2, low HP, 1 Jaken. You need to have an absolute miracle in the back pocket. You don't have the HP for it. Taking a shot, the op will do it. Psychico gets the kill, and that is 13-8. Taka might have taken their time near the end. They might have had a slow little session, but they get the kills. They get themselves some success, and we're going to be happy that they can go forward. I think they're going to then be taking Qual 4. I don't know if it's Quala. I assume it will be pronounced, but as round 3 game is one out, there's a few still going on. Don't know if anyone in the chat wants to make a suggestion. We're looking at the bracket. Yeah, there's a few that have succeeded, and there's probably a few still going. Let's see what kind of games we got going here. Scrolling on through. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can look at some games. There's a few ongoing. There's a few going. We have a couple. There is that one that hasn't started. Quora versus Team Bro Safari, but the other ones are not too deep into their runs either. Looking through to see. Okay. Yeah, if anyone has a specific rest, we have a few Wild A, Quala, Quora, which that game hasn't started yet. There's Cerberus Esports versus SG Dicta Avanti. So there's a good few games going on to see what they can do. They're all a bit. Well, let's okay. What will we throw? We'll go with the Avanti. We haven't seen an Avanti. They're playing against Hawktua, so some good names. But we can just throw that in. We'll go me and chat. We'll get into game. We'll get going. How's everyone in chat doing? How's the viewers finding the games? Any players that have sadly been knocked out as of yet? I'll take that as a no. Looking good though, some fantastic games. That one was quite good. TB versus Taka was looking alright. But now we're on to Avanti versus Hawktua. And Avanti, just a straight on through, is going to be finding phenomenal kills here. As we're going to see Hedrick just absolutely get the last one, whereas Stixie gets the 4K. 2-0 start. Very, very happy here. Both these teams strong as ever, though. So we'll see what they can do here. Going into round number 3, the pistols are going to be in the hands of Hawktua. So, not expecting a major amount of success, but maybe something under their sleeve. Something they can pull out of a hat. Do some magic. As they're going to take some B control, try to take towards lane. Boost of the Deagle. Maybe you take a head off. Maybe one of these MP9s gets a little bit too over-eager. Not going to hit the shot, though. Unsuccessful. As it really is just a case of seeing if they can get something. Not able to do it here. They're going to see they're falling across. The expected value comes through as the MP9s are just going to start to farm up some cash. M4 also going to chime in. 5v1 though. Not expecting a miracle from Sparzo. Sub-Zera. And that is a 3-0 start Avanti. They're going to be up against the rifles now though, so this is an opportunity for success. This is where we might expect to see something coming in for them. As Hawktua, they now got the weapons. They don't have the util necessarily, but one-shot, headshot AKs. Happy to do it. Just see what these CTs can now pull out of a hat. Once again. Heavy pressure towards being made. And it's going to find the initial success here. As Sub-Zero. Last to fall last round and first to fall this round. Aggression being committed as well. They have smoked off the double doors. They've taken control. The flash is perfect though. Go for the first. As now the double up is going to come on in and the second player is going to fall as well. Vizier cannot do it. 4 versus 2. Plan that comes on in and now the CT's not looking like the best situation here. We have Husband and Hendrix trying to come towards the cave. Once the info is gotten, the teams don't even need to try too heavily. There is going to be a kill towards the lane though, but the time is not on their side, so it looks like they're just going to pull on back. Hawktua should be good for this round. And should be happy to keep on going here. Great just capitalizing off of that early success there. Avanti trying to go too deep too quickly. And just get punished for it. That flash on through. Takes out the MP9. They take control of the pack as the T's. Hedrix catches one on the cross. But the save is successful. The 2 rifles are going to sit in hand. So going to rebuy off the back of this. Still going to be a good one for Avanti to try to continue. Round number 5. See what the teams try to accomplish. As utility drop mid, heavily contested. The CTs though pull back a little bit too quick on the trigger. And a couple get shot in the back of the head. And now the T's push forward. They know one is still remaining in the donut. Going to be cleared with the nades. Not going to be seen though. But they could just capitalize off it. They know that there can't be that much defense left towards B. And that kill will also put another nail into the coffin. As we're going to see them continue to push forward here. Oh, the donut player as well going to peek out. Hosbond cannot find that success. The T's in a 3 versus 1. As ever. Trying, failing, and falling. Hawktua 3-2. Coming back on board. And keeping themselves online. And now we're seeing them have to pull into the reserves of that CT economy. They're still able to pull out a buy. They're still able to put together their money and get it going. But next round, if they do not get the success, it's going to be a different story. The off is still in the hand. Strixie will be going for some aggression towards A main. So they're going to be able to get a little bit of info. But overall, this is a good round for Hawktua to try to convert. If they can do it, break the economy, keep on pushing, keep on going. It is going to be a good one. Success being found. Some aggression towards B, but Red Room is where we get the kill. Hedrix is going to fall. That is a huge, huge gap being left, and now that means that executing onto B is going to be so so much easier now that you know that you're not going to be up against a huge onslaught of people. You force some rotates, you've popped your smokes, and now you can try to break out here. Flash, thrown, FAMAS forced back, and the rifles not finding the success they need. The op is going to be good for one. Strixie going to be pushed upon. Good for two. If they're going to keep giving them those fights, he'll take them every day of the week, but low on HP. He might pull back. He switched to the rifle. He's trying to give himself a good opportunity here. If he takes this kill, they're going to be scrambling, but the timing is not there. He's not going to take the kill, and that is going to be Haktua evening up the score now. Looking good here as Zom gets that final kill. A technical pause, looking like it's in the books. Avanti looking not great, looking worse for wear. As now they might have the 3-round loss bonus in their pocket, but they don't have much on else. 2400 isn't going to do much when your back is against the wall. Round 7, and it's looking like Haktua sights set on taking the lead. What do you do if you're Avanti here? This round, anyways, you're not expecting miracles. You're not expecting anything to come your way. You have some great pistols that you can maybe find success on, but as we're seeing, he's just finding more. That is going to be one kill gotten as Visor gets that Hendrix. It also gets another one and can pick up an AK, so making it a little bit costly, making it a little bit into your own. Avanti NXT get the kills to at least recover a little bit, and the HP difference might matter. Hendrix could take a couple of them quick as ever, and that's going to be the start to do it. But it is just going to be a save. He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have a kit, so he's just going to pull on back. Just trying to save that weapon. Just trying to keep a little bit as we get into the next round. They didn't expend too much, so it will be back to full rifles here going into the 8th round. Looking to retake at least the tie. The AK's in their hands. They're not going to be able to find him out. But Haktua take the lead, which is looking very, very supreme for them. Some of these rounds are getting a little bit costly, but they're still able to build up a nice bank. Zom having 9k in the bank is happy as ever. There is going to be a tack timeout. So we're going to slow it down, see what we can do. Have some conversation. If you are Haktua, what are you doing here? I think it is a technical, actually. More so than a tactical, as we see the drop. As Rock is going to be the one out of the server. Going to round out, though, we need to see Avanti come up with some kind of situation here. Come up with some kind of success. They're losing a lot of early picks, and that is where Haktua are thriving. They're trying to make plays as well. They're not staying too stagnant. They're not staying too stationary. We're seeing the op switch up its spots. We saw it take some heavy A aggression. We've seen it move towards mid. We've seen it do a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it move a little bit. We just need to see that first pick go their way here. But Haktua, they've been able to bounce back. Even on the rounds where Avanti take heavy B control, where they smoke off double doors and push on out, Haktua are just ready. They have their flashes. They take the control back, and then they turn that success into a plant. They turn that success into a round. So Avanti need to try to cover up some of those blind spots. Try to figure out the best way to get going. And now going into the 8th. They have a great opportunity here. That is a bot I see actually on Haktua. That's not the player back. That's bot Ricksaw. I don't know what the situation that has occurred that bot Ricksaw is in the game. But I see him. He's just hovering around. Another timeout is dropped. Last one I think was technical. This one is also technical, but on the tactical timeline. How's everyone feeling today? How we got? Anyone in the chat been taking part in the Fragfest Series 3? I hope players are enjoying, and I hope viewers are enjoying. We always want to make sure that everyone has a good time with what we're given. Still, we have bot Ricksaw, the professional counterstrike player. And we're just going to keep trucking along. We're just going to keep on going. Technical pause still in play. Slowly but surely, we'll see if we can get this sorted. If we can get online. Going to take a little glimpse at some of the other games for myself. Don't think the stream's going to change, but I'll give you some updates on what we're seeing. We're seeing Wild 8 versus Lewandowski Gola. I think that's one's a fairly even game with Lewandowski going a little bit ahead, 10 to 8. Koala versus Taka is going ahead, as we just watched Taka win out against TED or TB Esport. So that's a fairly early. I think it's 3-2. Ika, who we saw beat Japanese Coffee, got taken out by Super Himi, who are going ahead. So it's a lot of games going on, a lot of situations. We'll see what can go forward. But yeah, we're just in a quick little technical here. Don't know our resolution time. We might hop to a different game perhaps in a moment if we don't get to the bottom of this necessarily. But otherwise, how's the chat doing? How's it going? Is there any specific games, any specific teams people are watching out for, or is it just is it just the love of the game, man? Some of us just here for the love of the game, and you got to respect that. Just gonna give a shout out here. Thanks for keeping an eye on the Heroic X Loaded Fragfest Series 3. If you put exclamation mark loaded into the Twitch chat, you can get the link to the website. Loaded, formerly known as CD Keys, if you're familiar with them, probably more so, is where you can get up to 90% off your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. And it's perfect just in time for the holidays, for Christmas, for whatever you want. Also, if you keep an eye out, you might see that Loaded have just signed a partnership with the Crystal Palace Football Club, which that's some big news. That's pretty phenomenal. But now, still sitting here, the technical timeout continues. We are okay. We might be running to a short little break while we see if this can resolve. Oh no, maybe not. That's all right. I'm all right. I got this. Or but we are seeing I think a tactical used for a technical situation here. I don't know what the situation necessarily is. Oh yeah, Ricksaw is still among us as we wait to see it. Hopefully a resolution comes soon. But otherwise, I think other games are still continuing. We still have, I think this some more round 4 games continuing. I think there's a round 5 game going as well. Hi guys, we're back. That's the game, but we're going to be looking at the bracket quickly. Yeah, a lot of our games in the round 4 are continuing. Wild 8 versus Lewandowski Gola, Koala versus Taka. We just watched Taka beat out TEB Esport. Ika as well in the round 4. They did get taken out. They did get 13-0'd after 13-3 Japanese Coffee. So, what goes around comes around, I guess. As we continue some of the other games, LFO Good Guys, who we watched take a Talon or take a Team Voita. Yeah, so we still have a good few games to go. It's a lot of ongoing ones currently on ourselves of Anti-Hawk Tua, which is having a slow up situation in terms of that. But hopefully back in action soon enough. We'll keep an eye out and see what they can do. Looking at different games. Is there any teams that anyone in the chat is keeping an eye on? Any specific players, teams that you want to see that are still in the tournament? Of course, if they've been knocked out, that's a whole different story. But we can continue to look forward, continue to get this going. Have to see. Is this game back to game? We are back in the server. We did get a little bit of missing at the start of the round, but then down to a 3v3, so it's basically the same. Evened out, but that is going to be a huge kill. We're going to see from Rock. It's now down to the 2v2. The bomb doesn't get planted. Successful situation. Hedrick and Husband coming from two different angles, from the CT, from the ramp, but this is a great wraparound being put in. Sub-Zera peeking around. The CT finding success though. Hedrick's, the timing is perfect, but the flank, they're not expecting another one to be towards the ramp. They're not expecting that heavy push. Oh, strained spray, but stays alive. Sub-Zera slows it up, throws the flash. Don't think he has time for the defuse, and that is a nice peek around. 3-5. Hawk Tua take the round. It might have been delayed, it might have been slow, might have had some technical issues, but they are continuing their stead of 5 in a row. And now we're seeing Avanti. They're gonna have to rebuy. They're gonna have to keep up and see what they can do themselves. Weapons on board. A couple of pistols. Scout. M4. You know, not the best situation. Scrapping everything together. The T's themselves gonna try to take some control towards B, but this is where you might get tagged down by a scout. This is where the 5-7 might find some success. We are going to see that actually come to fruition. I think a dink on a teammate is going to come in, but that's all right. They're going to stay alive. They're going to keep on going. I don't know if they're ready for this. Oh, that tag. Going to come in, and actually the flank comes on in. They're just quick on it, the CTs. And now watching for it. Just one remaining here. Sub-Zera. He was able to clutch it out last round, but he needs to do it again. M4 in hand. Oh, just swinging around, and Strixie just walks through the smoke. Completely unaware. Sub-Zera takes it, and that is off the back of some pistols and a scout, as well as an M4. So if you're Avanti, you're happy to take that because you didn't expend too much on that round, and now you're seeing the fruits of your labor. Opportunity to take themselves even, or can we see them bounce back for Hawk Tua? Looking at this, they're keeping it much heavier on the default side this time. Might have takes a little bit to make control, but it's going to be a struggle. Pretty Utah. Oh, a lot dealt as well to Rock. He's going to be tagged down by nades galore. That Tech 9 going to be struggling to find success, but they have not struggled to find mid control, as they're going to be able to walk up towards Red Room, start to make their way in. That smoke's going to fade, and that Sub-Zera fall into Hosland. Can now just sit in the corner. That smoke keeps them alive. And that is an advantage for Avanti that they can just continue to tout. Finding success though. We're going to get the kill. Traded back in the Red Room. So now they have a little bit, but both sides are well defended with 2-2. They can't watch every angle though. So they need to be ready for some flanks to come on in. They need to be ready for the CT spawn wrap. The donut player. The cave player. Everyone. Just get back in. It's just about timing here. The Molly's going to get dropped the opposite. A great spot, but he's not going to be ready for someone to be walked around. As they're going to get onto the site, they're going to try to get to the plant. Cash money was good for that kill. Oh, and they're just going to kill you. RTS gets that. The plant doesn't go down, and the donut peak is going to prevent it. The kills come in. The shots fire forward, but RTS is good for the double up. 2 headshots, 2 kills, and that is another round for Hawk Tua, who bounce back after the round loss, taking themselves to 6th here on Ancient. Round 11 is coming forward here, but the CTs have enough cash on hand to at least try to scrounge together a buy. Maybe that op can be in the hands of Strixie. But everyone else is going to be looking at their bank account, wondering what they can get, as we do see a couple FAMASs across the board. Now this mid-control, Molly's slowing them up for Hawk Tua, but they're just going to go for the initial fights and pull on back. Avanti don't want to overplay their hand. The FAMAS caught a glimpse of player here. Just pulling on back. Hosband doesn't want any of that fire. Molly going to be thrown in, I guess. Keep them away, but the double up here is absolutely diabolical, and they're not ready for the two. The FAMAS gets a double up. Zever eventually falls, but a great few kills. But B is now opened up. Cash Money himself finds dividends. And that headshot's going to just take the CTs out of the round. Sub-Zero insult to injury as he calls for liability, and Hosbon falls. 4-7, and Hawk2 just spiraling into even more success, even more rounds, and going to the last one of the half. They are going to be the driver's seat as Avanti's looking to see what they can purchase. They're going to get some rifles, they're going to get a little bit, but the util is not going to be there to fight this. The util is going to be a little bit lower than maybe you want the weaponry. Still though, fight for it, try to get to deep smokes, try to get some control. They're going to be able to at least slow up the piece, give away some of this. But heavy defense, pushing through. Slowly taking these fights, and that is a huge one onto Hosbon. Sub-Zero frags back, and a lot of trades going on in. Hedrick eventually to make a hand. 3-3. They do still want to just sit here towards B ramp. They might be able to just completely force the fights here as that smoke fades on the ramp. Slowly making their way forward. They do have a lot of flashes. A lot of HEs can try to get one of these fights. Molly to just force them back. Plant can be taken. Now the office going to start to peek around towards the long side. Going to get taken as he gets a little bit too overeager. Zever, good for that one. But Stixie and Zever going to get dropped by Cash Money, who gets himself a little double here as we get deeper into the round. Just one player remaining. Hedrick's coming towards the cave, and they're in a great spot here to slow him up. Oh, and Cash Money is going to end it with the hat trick of kills. 8-4 here. Hawk2, they might have lost a little bit after that pause, but the momentum was kept in hand overall. Now going into the second round pistol, we're going to need to see if success can be gotten. We're going to need to see if the rounds can get in their hands. We're going to need to see if they can cook something up. Avanti need this pistol. They need to try to bring some back. And they need to do something here. You cannot give away this 9th. But maybe, just maybe, Hawk2 are going to be continuing their onslaught as we see the 4 mid play is where it is at. Keep that forward. Great smoke is going to be dropped onto the B site. Execute coming fully on in. There is no kit in hand, so giving away this plant is going to lead to a 10-second defuse no matter what. And now the cave fight's going to go on. The CTs and T's swap at side. Sasbera gets one. It's going to get traded back. But now wrapping. We're going to see so much success. Rook fighting for them. Ready for cave, ready for wrap, ready for everywhere. We're going to be seeing Hosbon all alone fighting for this. No, cannot do it. As that is going to be a huge round for Rook, who's just ahead is on a swivel sentry as ever. And now 9th on for Hawk2. If you're Avanti, you're really going to be fighting against right now. You've only gotten 1 round in the last 10. So you're really looking at your hand like, what do we do? What changes need to be made? Especially now that you're starting on this T side, hoping for a clean slate, but the slate is still in favor of Hawk2, who made that CT pistol look good. Gonna continue what they're doing. So far have not had a single player over towards A. Are gonna try to switch that up, but that has been the overall theme. Great take towards mid here as Rook's good for the first. Sub-Zero as well. It falls. That's a triple of kills, and it's going to only get worse. RTS might get 1 back, but now it's the sole player, Zom, just slowly sitting towards the A side. But that might be exactly what the doctor ordered as the rest start running. They do catch a glimpse of him, and now they're going to turn tail and run. There's no need to continue the push. You still have the bomb in hand. You still have everything you need, and it's just a question of what do you do with it. Zom trying to decide what he wishes to be at, where he wishes to go. And he's looking to make the decision here. A flash going to get thrown over, I think, to try to bait something over towards B. Oh, that's going to get them deeper and deeper. No kit on hand does mean this is going to be a difficult retake. I think now you're ready for this to be wrong. 40 seconds on the clock. Just making a decision. The T's finally commit to it. Smokes and flashes drop. Digits punched in. And now Zom needs to decide what he's going to be at. What he's going to do. As that smoke towards the CT side is detrimental. Walking through it though, he's going to get caught by this Mach 10. Swiveling around, swinging Xever. Takes him out in Avanti. They might not have taken the pistol, but they're able to recover back. And get that second round. Prevent the conversion, and that's going to do even more damage to the economy. Haktua going to be sitting back low on this 1,400 loss bonus. He's going to be spending it all though. Round 15 and Avanti looking to try to claw back something here. Putting up so much pressure towards mid. Haktua are not giving it away. Throwing flashes, throwing nades. That flash made the sound of hitting the player, so you know for a fact that someone's in there. Gets spammed out. Sub-Zero thrown off by the sound cue. And once again, no A presence. This time around, though, it was this full stack trying to use the pistols to their desired effect, trying to swarm your way. Get a rush on in. Avanti showing so much restraint right now. Not giving away anything for free. Not throwing their bodies at it just yet. Just slowing it down, making sure something can happen. But maybe that's a mistake. Maybe that's where thrive, as we're going to see push forward Cash Money with the rifle. Going to try his best, but not going to get what he needs. 3 versus 2. And now they're pivoting towards B. And that's going to get so much value as Zom falls. Just one player remaining, and you're going to be up against it, Rook. He might have an armor, some armor. He might have a pistol, but he's going to need to be absolutely perfect with it if he wants to finish this round out in a positive way.
Terrorists win.
Oh, that is just his head taken off here. 9-6. Avanti turning the start of this half into a successful run so far. And this is what we expect to see. This is what we want to see. Some competition. We don't want to see stomps across the board. And we're seeing that right now. 9-5. Or 9-6. The 5 has ended. The 6 has begun. Going into round 17, we shall see what we can do. Just trying to get some general control here. The pistols again. Very little to be done. But they're still going to do their best to mitigate some of these players. Bring forward some wins. The Deagles could get some flashes of success, of mastery. Oh, but that one is not it. Sub-Zero taken out. His couple Deagle shots fling wide. Hedrix removes his head. 4 versus 5, and they're just pivoting away. Trying to keep this stack of players, but actually glimpsing back. Being a little bit more wary of it. Seeing what they can do. Finally watching that util get dropped forward. That's a deep smoke, but the potential these Deagles can find something, and they're going to be good for the 2. The USP backs him on up. And he's going to be the one to actually finalize the kills. The rest of them not going to be there for it as Rook, the sole survivor, is now in the 1 versus 3. He has a pistol of his own, but that is practically it. Oh, kicking around. Oh, that's good for the first. Gonna keep tapping, gonna keep swinging. That's gonna be a great HE though. The 5-7 cannot do it. There was a potential, there was an idea, but that idea is going to be thwarted very, very quickly. 9-7, Avanti NXT coming on back, taking a nice helping. 3 rounds in a row so far. And trying to convert that even further here. Haktua making some decisions about their economic game. Figuring out what they want to do. Are they going to opt for the op? Or are they going to stick to this, try to get 5 rifles across the board? It is a timeout. See exactly what they can do. there isn't everything, but there is most of what they want. As an MP9 and a FAMAS. But for the most part, they got util. They got a couple of kits. They got an opportunity. They got a chance. They're going to see what they can do with it. To a need to try to get this back there. Don't want to throw away the victories that they found. The success they got on their own team side. But now we're seeing this A play, this mid-direction, find a lot of value actually. The T's falling apart a little bit, sticking around a little bit too long, but the rest of them are finding so much on the other side. The B Speedway is going to be a slaughter as bodies pile up. 3 versus 2. It's once again going for his AK. Doesn't fall to the same fate as the op doesn't hit the shot. Molly to force them back. And now 3 versus 2. Avanti next. NXT. Not in a great spot here in terms of HP. They only have HEs. They can maybe double nade a position and try to take a kill, but that's the best we got on hand. The op looking for something. We're going to see RTS sitting behind the box, being the only one to try. Takes the kill, 40 seconds on the clock. It is now Hosbon all alone. The flank is come in, so he's between a rock and a hard place. It's about finding success where he can. And in this, there is no victory. There is only death as RTS finally takes Hoktua. They get their round. They break the streak, and they get to double digits. Going into this now, has been a lot of expended value for it. So the T's are actually going to go for a save here, which after the amount of success they've had is maybe the right decision here if you want to make sure you have everything. Varion, thank you for putting the exclamation mark loaded. Don't forget, you can do so to get the loaded, formerly known as CD keys. Get up to 90% off. So keys for your various games consoles. So why not go for it? As Avanti go for the round, and going for it leads to a little bit of issue. Sub-Zera as well gets the pick of their own. Zom peeking around. Mid is under their control. It's just a question of where the rest are. Red Room has been absolutely compromised, but I don't think that's going to be an issue as Cash Money gets the kill towards there. 2 versus 5. Aware it needs towards the lane. Needs to see where the rest are. Is going to fall, Zom. That gives away a rifle. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick it up, though. Oh, one bullet needs to be hit, but it's not the bullet you expect as ever with the Deagle. Knocks Sub-Zera out of the round. They can take the rifle. They actually haven't been able to take the rifle. They're not in a position to do so. But instead, they're going to take a bullet to the head as RTS gets dropped themselves. 3 versus 1. The P250 spams. Strixie doesn't find it. But Hoktua do themselves find 11. But back to the rifles. Avanti, they saved there. They did not expect a huge amount of success. And still, they got 3 kills. So, looking gift horse in the mouth, we shall not do. Now, I'm enjoying the amount of mid-pressure being put on Hoktua, just continuing to bring it forward, continuing to do it, fighting for whatever they can. And Avanti this time, they're just having to give it up. Still, though, B control is gotten with such heavy, heavy mid-presence. They're able to take lane, these deeper smokes. And now, even then, they're turning the mid-control into heavy success. Rook takes the first. Flash forward, trying to take him with his back, but the re-smoke, the re-fight, the re-frag is not there. Sub-Zera takes the one. Molly away from the door, and they're just continuing to take their shots, take their kills. The op gets a wall bang, but I don't know if there'll be much more. The walk through the smoke, like ships in the night, like op in his hand. He needs to try to find some kills, but he himself will fall as Zom is actually aware of that fact. And I think Hosbon is aware that this round might be a little bit too much of an ask, but every clutch starts with a kill. Sub-Zera dropped. The Galil does it. Now pushing forward into the smoke. He's not going to continue forward here. So I'm just sitting back. He's fighting, but he's not having to give too much. The bomb is still not even in his hand, so he has to walk a second back. But his position is not in. As Rook on that flank gets Hawk to 12 here. Now at 12-7 and Avanti. They might have had some early success, early rounds in a row. But now, up against the wire, up against the clock. And they're running out of it right now. See what they can do as we go continue, take these fights, take these rounds, and do exactly what they can. The timeout is going to be called. The decision has to be made, and they're going to have to fully invest here. There's no doubt about that. No saving for next, as there is no next. There is simply elimination on the line. Five in a row to get it to OT, but Hawk 2 are the ones in the driver's seat. The rifle's going to just take some control. Less mid-centric here, more so towards the cave now, as they're switching it up, throwing some smokes, getting the value. And this is exactly where Avanti are trying their luck. Holding such heavy util. The execution's going to begin. The execution might be in favor of Avanti, as we see them take heads, noose them up. One frag back from Rook, but now all just down to one, and that is a quick round from Avanti. He's picking up the pace, going for this execute, switching it up, and that cave pileup is not going to favor the side of Hawk 2. 12-8. Avanti switching it up there, moving their presence towards the B site, trying to just go straight for site success where they haven't been getting as much mid control as they'd want. Hawk2 are willing to throw bodies at it. But this time just one body and an MP9 is the code. But that MP9 is going to be good for the first. We're going to see success overall as well, though, as Art comes to the backup, comes from the cave, and is going to be there to get the kill. This AK, though, of Zever takes out cash money and almost deals with more. The flank is ready. They're not watching for the red room rush. They're hopefully ready for him pulling back here. As Hosbond is sitting there. It's all about timing here for the two sides. Oh, but the corner is seen. RTS is the elbow. And that is going to be Zever and Hosbond turning that on its head. The MP9s were initially finding kills, but they are able to find the timing, find the gap, find the red room flank, and find the round. Hawk 2, they might be at 12, but they are coming up against the brick wall as Avanti sticking it up. Ready. Looking for double digits, Avanti, and they're being given the opportunity to get it here. It is going to be a Hawk 2 going for this little small buy, just pistols, a couple of armors. Seeing what they can capitalize on. Great positioning, though. Avanti, they're ready for some aggression. They're going to start by taking over towards the A site, then mid, and then they can see where they want to lay the bomb, where they want to stick to committing. It's slow and steady, and maybe that favors Hawk 2. Maybe the longer they spend trying to formulate this, the better chance they get. But that peak with the 5-7 is just going to accelerate the clock, as Cash Money is now on an island, and not a successful one. Gonna get taken out, and now just a couple players left on the side. RTS swung upon. There is a team kill in there by Strixie, but he is gonna find the real kill. And 12-10 as Avanti themselves get to double digits. Hawk 2 purchasing up, getting what they can. A lot of MP9s, though. They invested maybe that bit too much. They do have the util, but they don't have the weaponry. You either have an SMG util or an M4 nothing. So you're going to be up against the wall no matter what here, and they are trying to invest back, trying to push against the mid. But it's all towards A. That's where the presence is thrown. 4 players already out of main, already taking such space, already taking such spam. Hedrick takes out cash money, and now we're into a 5v4. Now they still have the site. They don't have the bomb planted, but they have so much control that it's just a matter of trying to choke it out. And now going forward with this, they still need to plant the bomb. They still have the util to try to do it. Starting out with smokes though. So once the last one fades, they won't have it. But maybe they don't need them. Maybe all that matters is headshots, vision, control. What is that? Strixie Ever take their kills. Edrix as well, finding a name for themselves as RTS is only good for the first. Only 1 kill in the round, and Avanti making OT look like a huge, huge possibility. Now, if you're Hawk2, what do? You have MP9, you have a scout, you've invested absolutely everything, and you're up against the possibility of an overtime that Avanti will have no momentum going into. So what do you do? What can you do? And so now, slowly but surely, just working this out. Util just going to be dropped, pushing their way onto the B side. The MP9 is going to be good for the first. This is where they are meant to thrive, and this is where they'll only... No. Rook cannot convert it. RTS also falls further down the line. And now the MP9 scout retake has to be a dream. But right now for them, it is a nightmare. The spam comes in, the shot comes through, the deagle through, the smoke is where it is at. The 12-12 scoreline is found. And Hawk2 just not able to get it over the line there. That was, I think, a 12-7 at the minimum. And that is Avanti being the ones to turn it into strength. Turning this now, though. Round 25. OT on the cards, no longer Hawk2's game to win, but rather the game to lose. Util being dropped, taking control. Heavy default. Avanti gonna see what they can get. See if they can continue the success found in regulation and turn it into an overtime victory. Slow and steady. They're not overplaying their hand here. So much util of Hawk2 has already been dropped as well, and Avanti have barely even touched it. So already just choking them out of everything they need, and it's not even a minute left on the clock. Slowly but surely start to clear these angles. And they will. Hendrix taking their control out, pivoting the team towards A. Finding strength where they can. Sub-Zera sitting back, waiting in the cubby, where very little will come along. Just cash money alone on A for now as he waits for the cavalry. He's out in the open, but out in the open finds a double. Sub-Zera there is good for the mid kill, and the backup has arrived. That is a bomb down. That is a huge pick, and now they're going to capitalize. This is what they need to do in regulation, but in OT, maybe that'll be the starting point. Sub-Zera once more finds another kill in mid as Zever falls, and getting into a bit of team shooting. I think the frustrations are starting to flow, but maybe that's where they need to find their power. They need to find their kills. And now what are we going to see from them? Has that bolstered Hawk2? Or is that just going to be a flash in the pan that Avanti can then turn this into a success? just sitting here. They're taking time towards B. They're going to accelerate quickly off the back of the smokes and flashes. But RTS, he might be blinded during the second shot, but it's all going to be kills for them as they take the shots, they take the kills, and that is going to be a flawless round. They save all the AKs, they get a second on the board, and finally Hawk2a break what could not be done in OT. 2 in a row as well. They're going to continue to try to do this as the T's. They can still get the buyout. You know, it is still a very big possibility. Even with that, it's still OT. Off in the hands of AKs across the board. And, oh, that is some phenomenal shooting. Just in mid, taking every shot. Cash Money and Sub-Zero. Rock as well. A team up of trades of kills. And they don't even take a loss thus far. Just Hosbon on the cusp. Needs to do something here, or we're going to be back to match points for Hawk2a on the table. Slowly just sitting in the smoke, finally taken out, and 15-12. Hawk2a, in overtime, they just turned a switch and became so strong. And just like I was put in the chat, if you do have any requests, any teams you want to see that are still in the tournament, throw a message in. We'll see, can we get as many people on to the stream as possible, see the players that you want to see and the teams that you want to see. Win or lose, you never know. We are here at Fragfest Series 3, and we're here for some good Counter-Strike to be seen. One round for Hawk2a. I feel like I've been having to reiterate that one a couple of times here. Once again, 3 times they need to do it. Hawk2a have a lot of chances, a lot of possibilities, and let's see, can they do it on the T side now. The CT side was where they were struggling. The T side is where they found their initial success, and they are just going to keep on the pace. Smokes towards CT, towards Donut. The pace is picked up. The P90 in hand. The Donut player, I don't know if you're ready for this. He wasn't ready, but the shot still hit. Hedrix takes them out. And Sub-Zero gets spammed through the smoke, so advantage for Avanti, but the time is ticking. Flashes over, trying to deal some damage as ever, through the temple. They're going to just push through. Very far spread of these T's, and they need to find the kills that they do. Great shots here. Just going to be Zob left alive 1v2. He's going to be up against Hosbond. Here's the nade. It clears out the smoke, and the shots ring out. Zom eventually falls, and finally, Avanti find another one. Maybe we're going to a double OT. Maybe these next 2 rounds, Hawk2a won't be able to get it over the line. Or maybe we'll be out of this round and into the next one. Nonetheless, a great battle commencing, a great attempt being made. And now, once again, going to see what they can get. The CTs, they have some AKs, they have an op. Let's see what they can do here. Pace passed, though, as mid might have some util drop, but Sub-Zero is the one to fight it out. Cave coming to a head here. Smoked off, though. And now, success. As Hedrix is the one to take out that mid lurk. Sub-Zero cannot get what he needs. Obtained an advantage, Avanti. And they're going to keep gaining more. The damage dealt, Cash Money's almost just dropped. And now 5 versus 4. The HP's dwindling. The Molly's slowing them down. This is a great moment. Avanti, once again, the ones to try to do it. Util's starting to be thrown, pushing them back off their angles. Waiting to see what they can do. Smoke's thrown as well, but it might just take a second, and the rotates are going to have an opportunity to push in. They're ready in the cave for some crosses, but no one is going to bite. The shots ring out, and we're going to see Hosbon good for the 3, good for the 4. And that is a phenomenal way to win that round out. Hawk2a not able to do it. OT, even then, the struggle of the match point. Their enemy not able to do it. Round 30. We're back into CSGO timeline. First to 16. We got to see what we can do. Op being boosted onto the box towards B. Could be the opportunity here. They're getting some control. Mid and B is where they're finding so much value. We're gonna have to see, will this continue to occur? Op in the hands. Keep peeking over and seeing if someone over aggresses. Someone takes a nibble. That would be a huge opening, but instead, the opening will be found towards mid in favor of Avanti. Because now, Octua up against it. They need to just accelerate here, otherwise it's going to fall here. And even then, they are still losing out on a couple of these players. Solomon RTS are able to find their own success, peeking around, seeing what they can do. 3 versus 3, op shot missed. Hedrix, good for the double. Now it's just in the 1 versus 3. Cash Money all alone, tapping away. Bitrix, good for the death. He's going to get taken out, and now fighting over towards this. It's not planted in favor. And now he needs to just go around. The defuse is started, and they need to just continue. This smoke is in the way, and it's just going to be a ninja. They're just going to finish it out. Avanti are going to take us to overtime number 2. Octua just not able to do match points. It's not in the game for them. It's not in their toolkit. But Avanti, they are the kings at recovering it. They might not be able to tow it over the line themselves so far. But they are able to at least quell the burning, bandage it up, and push forward with the next few rounds as we go into round number 31. Here between Avanti NXT and Octua at the Frag Fest Series 3. Keep on going, keep on chugging. The game keeps on going. A lot of control being taken here once again towards B. They need to just try to convert it. Falling off the angle. Gonna try to get this full cave control if possible. Now pushed forward. He's ever who taken out instantly. They're gonna get the refrags though, and once again, maybe. They are good at the rounds, they're just not good at the victory. 3 versus 2 though. There's still an opportunity, there's still a huge, huge chance for this to go away. And we are seeing this continue to go. And that is a 16 on the board. One day we'll be here. One day someone will get a W. We'll see if it's Octua or if it's Avanti. As both sides fighting for their lives. As you're seeing full purchase across the board. No ops in hand this time around. They're just sticking with the rifles. Avanti able to take control on mid. But the fight is ready. Walking his way through. Making a decision. Making a choice is going to be the kill. That is crazy for Zom. Just making these absolutely plays. And now they're just pivoting off of it. Hedrix falls over towards A, and now it is just the B players remaining. They might just go for the save here because they don't have the money here. They've lost the rounds in a row. They are not in a position, but that kill maybe changes their mind, but they're not instantly pouncing on it, so I imagine the save is really where they're thinking. Xever, I don't know if you want to be up here, man. You're getting killed here, you're not going to damage the economy. All you're doing is risking your life. So that's 17 for Octua. Dread them, run from them. OT is going to continue with them at the helm. And that is a huge kill to get there, just fighting for it. There's no reason not to. As now, they've taken 2 of the kills. The saves are now to come in. And Strixie, the only one remaining. They're just going to keep pushing. They're going to try to take this. I don't know if they're going to get to him in time, but they're going to try anyways. Slam comes in. They're not able to take him out, though they will in the end. Might not be the round changer, but Cash Money is going to be able to take him out. And now, what do you do if you're Avanti? You got barely any money. You got barely any util. You're operating on low util, a choice of low util or low weaponry. And no head armor either. So if an AK gets swapped out for something else, you're still one shot headshot away. We are going to continue. OTs will continue until morale increases. So far, it's not enough to tow it over the line. Hawktua, round 33. That's it. I was doing maths in my head to make sure what we got there. And we do eventually. And Hawktua, they're not taking any time. They just want to be out of this to the next round. And they want to push it over the line. Ready in the cave, though, is Biz Jr. Sits back, mollied out of position. The bomb is planted, so slowed down. And oh, we're going to see him fall as well. That is now a 4 versus 3. Pushing against it. Heavy aggression. Just pushing into the smoke. Taking the fights. The AK swap for a FAMAS. And they take the round. 18-15. We are back onto match points. Hawktua. They did it in regulation. They couldn't take it over the line. They did it in OT1. They couldn't take it over the line. OT number 2. Can they do it? Can they bring us to a victory? Or will we continue to take these rounds on the chin? We'll have to see. We'll have to keep going. Can they do it? Or will we see Avanti bounce back from this? There's only one way to find out, and that is to keep on watching, keep on viewing, and keep on seeing what they can get here. As now, round 34. This could be the last one. This could be any other round like we've seen. Frag coming in, Husband and Zom. Oh, but Hedrix takes the head off of him before he can escape back to A. That is now an opening, but that is also a man advantage no matter what. Sub-Zero has gotten deep, has gotten a great position, but they need to do it. Oh, shot taken. Body of Rook on the floor. 4 versus 2, and they still have a minute on the clock. They can still keep their time if they don't want to speed this up. But Sub-Zero is going to just hand them that kill on a silver platter. Hawktua getting a little bit too antsy, trying to get it over the line. We will never end OTs. That is seemingly the case. This is going to be a round in favor of Avanti as they get it 18-16. Going on to round 35 in OT number 2. We will see, can they do it? Can Hawktua eventually win the game? Or will be living in this perpetual cycle for longer and longer? Continue watching to find out. Starting us off, let's see what they do. Heavy towards B, both sides, trying to keep that defense strong. Trying to keep that offense also on the cards. Heavy towards cave. Even the mid presence has moved there. Dropping though is Sub-Zero, not ready for the side pick. Biz Jr. eventually going to fall here, and they're going to keep the control. But they've given away what they know, and the flash is perfect! So now we see Zever take the 2. 2 versus 4, and the world does not want this game to end. This game is everything. As we see what's going to happen here. There is a team to end, feels like. And they've been waiting for a while. Or is the other game still on? No, the other game is actually still on. But that one's not in several OTs. I think that one just started a little bit later. So at the very least, there's not another team waiting. But there is a team waiting to try to win this. Hawktua. Cash money. Sitting behind the box. Not giving away anything. Is going to take the kill. But now, those steps forced to rotate. Now, Avanti are just going to be on the B site for free. And they're just going to commit to this. They're just going to take the plant. And now, Hawktua, what do? You got to try to save this. You don't have the money in the hand. You don't have what you'd want going into the next, so you have to keep this if you can. The time is ticking on the bomb, and they're not going too hunt heavy. But maybe they will soon. You can't be overzealous with the kills, with trying to win these, win the kills against these saves. Because you don't want to give away the run. You don't want to do what FaZe did against UA Passion, in which they gave away 2 ninja diffuses. But for now, that is going to be the round for Avanti. That is going to be us potentially potentially into a third overtime. We are one round away from either victory for Haktua or another overtime. Either way, we will continue to be here. We will continue going. Hedge your bets. Know what you got to do. As we go into round number 39. Control taken once again. Haktua have been successful at it. Avanti haven't been fighting too heavily in these overtime rounds for us. They've been giving away fairly handily, but in doing that, they've been taking so much control on other sides of the map, making sure that their B-centric play isn't getting lost on, making sure that anything they do push, they do have such a strong trade potential. But is that enough? Is this mid-control going to be the difference maker? Are we going to see these rotates come to fruition? They're just waiting towards B. Still so much time on the clock. They don't need to commit anything. Sub-Zera has been finding control towards mid and not always the kills. So is this going to be any different? Peeking up close, taking the fight. Needs to be ready. The gun spotted, the shoulder peaked, and he needs to try to get away. He's getting shot upon by two different angles, but can retreat to the donut. 5v5 still on hand, 50 seconds on the clock. A decision needs to be made. The decision to re-peek is going to be a consequential one. 4 versus 5. Shots being fired through that smoke, dealing a little bit of damage, but now it is up to Cash Money. He is the sole defender of A. He is the one that needs to come up clutch. Good for the first. They know where he is now, though. Good for a second. Needs to keep it going. Good for the 2, though. Needs to stay alive. Needs to keep it going. The rest of the team, Rook, slows them down with that kill. 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb needs to be planted, and it will be ticked in. Pushing through, though. They are not letting it come on in. Throwing their bodies at it. It is looking like it's a possibility. 3 versus 1 is just left. And Haktua, after so many attempts, after so many tries at the match point, they are going to take it 19-17. That is a game. Yeah, we're finally out, boys. Don't worry. There's only multiple more rounds of games to go on. There is only more to come. That game finishes. We are going to look at the bracket. A couple of those games have pushed through. We have just, that was a round 4 game there. I think there's still their opposition still playing also with Team F1CS and Rossetti. They're near the end of the game to go into round 5. We have a few more to go. We have a couple. I think we have the other bracket of round 6s going. And we also have this side of round 5. So I think the games are whoever wins. Yeah, we can look at Qual versus Wild 8. See what game they're on. As we push on in. Finally, yeah, I know, right? Avanti sad. Yeah, I know. That was a long game, to say the least. But we're going to go on forward. We're going to move into our next one. I think just looking at Wild Out versus Koala is looking like the choice, I believe. Is that game ongoing? Okay, I think it just says it. It says in the thing, but it's, yeah. Okay, so we will just run into a quick break as that game gets set up in the server. The player's going to be in warm up and get it going. Where we take a couple of minutes, and we shall be back in just a moment. came back before I did. Apologies. I needed to get myself a drink. That was a long OT. But we're on to round 2. Koala won the pistol. I have no idea how that went, but down to round 2, I'm expecting Wild 8 are going to be on the pistols. And they... Nice shot to start us off, but that's still the rest of them fallen without much issue. Unless a 1v4 with Deagle and no armor. No, I wasn't expecting it either, so don't worry. And we'll see how this game goes. We'll see if we go to 3 overtimes or if it's a little bit less this time around. Both sides. Going to be on their full buys now. Able to pick up as much as they need. Putting heavy mid presence here. He's going to really try to get that going. Taking out already smollying off Con, trying to just not let the CTs garner what they can. Huge kills being picked up. Oh, already 2 getting dropped in. That is a huge push towards apartments as well. Getting ready for the 2 Ts who are in under. He's going to double up as well. That is phenomenal from Levy, who gets that going. Muy good for 1 before getting dropped. And now 3 on the board for Koala. So already having great success. And now, once again, the money for Wild 8 is going to be a struggle. Just back to the Beagles, going to see what they can do. See what they're going to try to achieve. It's looking very B-centric. Let's try to get something here, but Levy peeking towards B. Once again, taking an aggressive line. Not sitting back, and this time going to be punished for it. Now they have to scramble. Now they got to pull back towards B. A rifle is in the hands, but drop back to the player with armor. See, oh, that the spray's missed on both sides, but the short player finds success first and foremost here, as it's going to be kicked down. Who is kicked down themselves by the Eagles. 3 versus 2 though. The rifles are going to be successful, it seems, unless the Tech 9 can 1v3. Spamming around though, flanked from apartment, is we're going to see Barons take that last kill. 4-0 start. Koala giving it strong here, but going to round 5, it is going to be a bye again. So Wild 8, they need to get this in order to not let the onslaught of rounds continue. Picking themselves up and up. They're going to try to do something here. It's going to be so heavy. 4 players towards mid. It's not going to be the one to find the kill, but the AK is. The op peeks around as well. The CT's just walking into the firing line. 3 versus... Great opportunity for Wild 8 to get on the board. To try to fight something here. The CT's split up as well. No one grouped up here. Great angle though. Kick down. Takes the kill over towards mid. Gonna flash himself out. Gonna get another as well. This is just turning out phenomenally. Gonna smoke himself off and just give himself such a huge position here. As we're gonna see World Boss do what his name suggests and do it. Or sorry, that one was Curtilus. The naming was a bit off. But nonetheless, that is a huge round to take. And now, continuing 5-0 start. Turning around that 2-man disadvantage is a great confidence booster, and they're able to save the off as well. Wild 8, they have rifles. They don't have much util, but they're able to pick up what they can. And now, see what they can take off. Slow walking, just dry out a ramp is a way to find success. The op and the AK double up. Take one apiece. Now towards the ramp. Nice shot as well from World Boss. Now down the flank is in as well, but the flank might get punished. Zeus is able to get 2. And now can turn tail and run. The other player towards T-spawn is now just slow walking back, so it really is a case of timing. But World Boss is in a prime position to go for something here. Once again, the CT split up, but they're redirecting a bit. Underpass is where the fight. Zeus is going to fall or get the kill. He's now got 3 in the round. He's been absolutely the reason they're able to stay in this. He peeking forward though. Kickdown is taking the fight to him. Just 1 remaining. As Keldrix, as Keishi is going to fall. 6-0 start, and Koala. Some of these rounds getting a little bit hectic, a little bit of a fight. But they are able to take it over the line. That is a phenomenal display, and they are keeping so much money in the bank as well. Round 7 going to take more mid presence, going aggressive, double up pushing with these rifles flashing up, trying to just throw their eyes off as the fight commences, throwing these flash, and they're just going to swing off the back of it. Good for the first, trying to take the second. The Gallows not going to get success. The up and underpass misses as well. Worldboss once again not finding it. Running on back. Moi can do very little. Zeus, this time around, not able to get the amount of kills that he did previously. Just down onto 1, and Moi is not able to do it. Quenti falling behind him. And now 7-0 start. Koala just piling through. We went from what was a triple overtime W, a 19-17 scoreline, to now a 7-0 start that is not showing any signs of slowing up. It's looking absolutely brutal for the side of Wild Eggs. They're continuing to go against this. Once again, they're forking up 1 AK, 2 Gallows, 2 MAC-10s. You're throwing little firepower at what has become a brick wall of tremendous proportions. But maybe you can find a crack. Maybe you can break through. Maybe you can be the chisel that finds the position. Round 8 is on the line, and they are holding towards B, or holding towards A, whereas the B players have pushed through, so they are ready for this. Taking their shots, taking their kills, as now just cleaning up here. Purdeless, good for so many kills, so many shots, and that is a 4K in the... Take them to 8, and it just continues, it just commences, and they are going to break so much backs here. And I don't know what to say. They keep continuing the similar strategy. Just these lower weapons are what they're opting for, and it is not the strat, it feels like. It feels like we got to see more come from them. And now just speeding their way over towards B. The nades come through, the mollies come in. They're just trying to pile on through, take the shots. Levy gets assisted by his teammate, but the rotates come in. The op is there to come from market, and the bench player gets dropped. Just Moi once again stuck in the apartments, waiting to see, gets kicked down, spams for more, keeps the shots ringing, but the op peeks around. World Boss takes that kill, takes the round, and that is 9-0 to start us off. And it's just going to keep commencing. There's so much money in the bank. No matter what they do, they will have cash in the pocket. They will have rounds to play with. Just checking. Well, we get through some more timeouts. Going to see myself what the bracket's looking like. See how the other games are shaping up, because this one is not looking so hot. We do see, I think the match of the team that will be facing Haktua, who we saw win overtime, their game has actually gone into overtime also. So Haktua is somehow waiting after that, after going multiple overtimes, to see who their opponent is. Whereas the rest of the game still going forward. We'll see who gets this one. Because whoever wins this game, whether Koala continue their onslaught or Wild 8 win out some rounds, they will be playing against LFO good guys. And we'll see exactly what's going to go on there. It's firing towards middle. Great aggression, kick down, good for the first. Runs out of bullets, but he's got the backups to tow. And it's looking real nice and easy there as Barons doubles up. Just 2 players remaining towards ramp as Wild 8 crumbling. Everything's falling apart. Both towards ramp, both just fighting. Everyone just jumping around. Oppenheimer World Boss just keeps getting spammed. And the rest of them just firing out. 1 minute left, but they're just running. They're just going. Quenti seeing what he can do. Kishi is going to get one. Is going to get two. They're getting a little bit too saucy with it. They're trying to cook too heavily. Need to just simmer down. And that's what you want to see. You want to see 20 taken out as well. Just make it even out. And then the op no scope through the smoke by Levy as it's broken down, turns it into a double digits. They get the win 10. And they will see what they can do. Let's see if they can do another 13-0. Let's see if they can do it. Wait and see. Whichever team wins this out will be facing out towards LFO Good Guys after this match. I'm just going to go back to that OT game where we were with this team. But actually, they're taking so much pace. Once again, middle will be pushed. The rifles are going to be handed to Wild 8s, and they're going to be using them to proficiency. That's an MP5 SD in the hands. Peeking around the player towards stairs, gets dropped. Levy just standing still, holding the nade. There's an op trained on Palace now. But the rest of the mid players need to face now. That op just catching glimmers and glimpses, but not finding kills, and actually gets taken. World Ball dropped. 2 versus 4. This is a good opportunity. Fjordalus still alive though, sitting under wood. Was able to drop them, and now he's run away. The bomb is in his hands as well in the Palace. Or in the ramp. I'm getting lost here. Quenti gets taken, and there's still no bomb for them. They're trying to redirect. They're trying to move around. Kick down in Curedless. They're going to be facing off. Zeus gets killed as well, and that's a man advantage. 2-man advantage from Wild 8. That does not get any kind of value. The bomb is dropped in a precarious spot, and they themselves fall apart under the pressure. Round 12. We're going to see what they can do. Koala trying to just take this quickly. They knew we had a very long game pre. And continuing to do so as we see kickdown start us off with a bang in the middle. And the rest of them follow suit. Fjordless pushing forward. The XM10 in Baron's hands. Doesn't find the kills it needs. But now they're trapped on an island. Now they're stuck in the no man's land. And now there's a flank coming on in. They need to be ready for them. And Kishi just going to get headshotted. 4v2 now in favor of Koala. And they're seeming like the team that is more equipped to win them out. One in the Palace, one in the middle. 20 Zeus. Make that just 20. Make that 0. Koala 12-0 to start. Just need the pistol to get the 13-0. Might be a little bit more of a coin flip compared to a lot of these rounds. We'll see if Wild 8 can find success. I'm not expecting a miracle, but maybe they can build one. And now, going towards it, heavy B-centric play towards for them. I assume pivoting towards short, trying to take some of this mid-control. But actually, Koala are just completely going the opposite side of the CT, so it's going to have to be a retake unless somehow Moy can be the one to stop the onslaught. Good to start, though. Hedrick! Everyone is picking up base. Hedrick, Moy, Zeus. Everyone gets a piece. And now that is just going to be the round for them. Wild 8. Finally get some success, but maybe it's a bit too late. As Keldrick looking good. Great shots hit, but perhaps too little, perhaps too late. Perhaps they needed a bit more a bit earlier. As now going into round 14, they need to just continue what they're doing And Koala are just going to go for a heavy B play. They're just going to go for a B rush. You know, keep it simple, keep it tact. As I say rush, they turn it into a contact play. So, take a second. Don't overplay your hand. And now we can see exactly what's going to get put. And they're just going to take the kills here. Kick down. Barons, both of them pick themselves a piece. 4 versus 3. Bomb should be planted in a moment. But they're already on the tails of this. They're already pushing. Well, the bomb's being planted. But kick down with the deagle. Fjordless with the Mach 10. And now just use. Barons gets killed. And a lot of low players here. A lot of places to fight. But even better is the headshot to win it out. Koala might not be the 13-0. But 13-1 is where they will find their success. Where they will get themselves the round. And where they will get themselves the win of the game. Now, that is a quick affair after a very long slog from previous, so we'll keep an eye on some of the other games. I think the Haktua team F1CS, their game is just available now because I think team F1CS just won their overtime, 16-13. The other game available is Koala versus LFO Good Guys as the other one. That's in round 6. I think those are the only 2 games we have, so we can jump from Koala to maybe Haktua again, or one of the 2. Those are the only 2 current games on the line. As we have been slowly but surely breaking through and getting a lot of teams bought through. So we'll have to see. Which one, how they're served. I think there's in the veto stages of Haktua and F1CS. Okay, so I'm just hearing that we are going to be running Qual again because, you know, this one is the round 6 game, the other one is currently the round 5 game. So we were going to try to get both round 6 games on the stream, and then we will get after that, who depending on who wins in both, the grand finals, which could be any number of teams. So we'll see here. Whoever wins this one out will be in the finals. It is going to be Qual against LFO Good Guys, as they are now just winning out the veto. But just going to say, well, first we're going to go to a break, which I think is probably a very useful one for all of us. But we will be back in just a moment once we have that game ready to go. And we are back. Short little break. We got our servers in line. We got our games going. And we have LFO Good Guys versus Call? One of the two. Anyways, into the pistol. We're on Dust 2. First time we're seeing it today. And let's see exactly what's going to go on here. Firstly, to start, we are going to see some kills getting dropped, traded out here towards mid. A lot of shots being fired. And the Good Guys are ahead. Eventually gets traded out, and that is a huge gap that could to the A side being taken. I don't know if they're going to capitalize off that, if they're just going to continue to push the dualies though in the corner. Zeslot. Once again, we gotta get this one. This Zeslot. That's what we're going with. Is going to finish it out. 1-0 start. Gonna buy up now for the side of LFO Good Guys. Priming themselves up to convert. There is going to be a full purchase back though. Scout Mac 10, a lot of pistols. Gonna get going, and that is going to be a kill on the cross. The Scout hits the headshot through the double doors, and that's going to change up how the CTs want to come out this round. They know there's a Scout in play. They know the forces come on through. But it's just how do you react now? You're going to have to split your defenses up a little bit. We're going to have to rotate back the long player, smoke off short. So now the T's could have a great opportunity here to do something with this. Surely going. I don't know if they expect to close. They do peek it. They do flash it. He's going to be good for one, though. Still, huge amount of damage. WNTP gets that kill. Man advantage for Qual. Not going to jump up on blue. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about jumping on the blue container. But it's not going to be committed to. And now just trying to break out through long. Still, the CTs are all primed on A. They're fully stacking, expecting this to be the final place to go for. Trozor takes out the mid lurk as well, so it is just towards long. It is just 5 players to push. And now it's going to be a bloodbath. M4's spamming through. Now only the Scout remaining. He might have got a headshot early in the round through the double doors, but this might be too tall of a task to ask. Throwing high flash, gets one, gets straight out. But that's a nice way for Good Guys to do it, especially after the start of that. Recovering off of the headshot that began it all is a nice change of pace. Repurchasing up. The T's now have to figure out what they want to do. Do they want to try to go for any more purchases, or are they just going to save for the next? It's looking like it's just going to be some upgraded pistols to back up and see what they can do. But the Good Guys going to continue this flurry of purchases. Keeping it fairly standard right now. No mid-centric play at all, so it means Qual have just gotten this control for free. They've gotten the opportunity to just push through mid, push tunnels, even have a player start to walk out cat. Going through double doors, though, you're not going to find them in mid. But no sound to be made. They don't have the util to do it, so everything is a dry peek. But making that. And now once they catch a glimpse of the player in the window towards B, they're going to start to accelerate towards catwalk. See what they can find. The M4s, though, firing forward here. The Eagles need to hit some heads, and first one is found. But that is going to be all she wrote. The M4s and the MP9 in the end are going to be there to farm up some kills, get a bit of cash on hand, and only losing one is fine, especially when you can upgrade the MP9 straight away with one of the dropped M4s. But now we are going to have full rifles. Now we're going to have an op on World Boss. No util, but he's not glass cannon at the very least. We've seen him already shoot a headshot through the door with a Scout, so who's to say that he can't give us more with the big green? Taking a lot of pressure here towards tunnels. Already pushing slowly out. Long just being held here. But the B defender is going to be tested, and Veslod is going to take themselves a kill. So now the Good Guys already primed to do some strong work this round. 5 versus 3. Qual getting just absolutely decimated, picked apart. Now trying to be fought against the HE, the M4, everything is coming to fruition right now. As 4-0 start, They got the full loss bonus off that, so they can try to purchase up a bit. It's 3,400 no matter what. So let's see if you want to purchase. Going into round 5, what do you change up here as the tease? You've been trying to fight for mid a lot, and this time you're going to try one time world is going to be the one to get wallbang headshotted, and not going to be the one to do it. Lower tunnels is where a lot of presence is going to be thrown. It's double op setup here, and they're just having an absolute shooting range here. WNTP taking fire here, as well as somehow. Lower on the shot though, getting a little bit too close with that op, but the backup is here, the cavalry's coming. The AK of Trozor going to be there to make sure that no one falls and keeping things flawless. That's a 5-0 start. We're seeing Quali get the same treatment that they were dealt on Mirage previously against Wild 8. So let's see, can they recover it? They do have the loss bonus to continue fighting for their life over and over again. But you can't just sustain yourself on the loss bonus consolation prize. You have to try to take these rounds. The early losses have been detrimental. We had the early kill in the second round, but that was the round where we weren't expecting much success. So now we need to start seeing some proactivity going into this round 6. You don't want to already give up the half before we've barely started. So continuing to go forward, continuing to try. The tactical timeout is called and duly needed to try to switch up what's going on here, to try to see what they can get. They've at least made it to the semifinals, but they want to push it forward. They want to be able to get themselves to the finals and get that chance at victory. The CTs taking some heavy short aggression here. Going for that boost up with the op. Doesn't look like much fighting is going to be found. Flash through though. Force it back. The stack is broken and they're going to take back some control here. Lower tunnels in mid will be in the hands of the terrorists again. Like what we're doing here, we're sticking towards the sites, giving away this mid control, just sitting back. 2 towards B, 3 towards A with heavy long presence. They're ready. They're actually trying to retake mid here off the back of that smoke. Molly through, or smoke through and a flash out. Does force them back and mean you know that it's going to at least be a one punch through to either B or A. But the fading of that smoke is going to start to make you second guess a little bit. Both ops are towards A as well, so if you take that site, first of all, you're going to be in a shooting gallery. Secondly, it's going to be a difficult one to retake. Spam through is good. Shots of the op do not hit, and everyone else also squanders their shot. 1 versus 5 now, and it's just the long player. They were ready for something to happen on A, but from the wrong direction. Now, just going for a little peek, checking it out. Does get taken out. Goes take out Cordless. 1 versus 4 though, just trying to save. Does take another body off the map. Waiting for someone to back them up here. Yeah, Cordless just trying to make sure this gun stays in the hands. Positioning is so important here. Just swinging, just going, running out of bullets, running out of time, and they are going to take it. Thankfully, the rounds they have won have not been too costly, so they should be able to rebuy without much issue. But it's if we start stringing those together for Qual, that's going to be a disaster. But for now, that looks good. That's a strong, strong victory to be able to get in your hand. Now going into round 7. Similar story. They're able to take tunnel control for the T's. Good guys, not making too many major changes here. Sticking to similar stories every single time around. But those stories have been successful other than once. Now taking a bit more heavy fights towards mid. WNTP ready. Posted with the op. No. primed to wait. Primed to go short, it seems, or out the double doors. They're waiting to see what kind of presence is shown here. Making his mid-round call. Figuring out the plan. You're going to get those lurk smokes out towards B if you want to take that goal, but pivoting it towards A here. No rotates have been pulled, though, so they've cut off the rotates of the B players, but that is all. The nade going to be tried to slow down the short position. Great damage being dealt here, and the ops are going to start to fire forward here. WNTP go with the double. Trozor as well with the M4. I think we're watching the wrong POV, but that is A-okay. WNTP finalizes it. Trozor may fall, but for surviving, the good guys recalibrate after a single round loss and find exactly what they need in the round. Just that slow pace trying to get from Qual. They throw their fake smokes towards the lurk, but no one bites. They just keep it simple, and even then, the player that does commit via that gets taken themselves. So it solidifies itself, and once you have the defenders there, once you have the CTs ready, WNTP with the op, much like that last round, does his work. Now we have the 2B players. Oh, that's Vlad. Does get dropped eventually, but now that puts a lot of the pressure now on the site as we push forward, falling apart. Gonna be fighting for this. Gonna be trying his best, and he himself will be backed up by somehow. And now the T's are just gonna have to regroup. Good guys priming themselves for 7, giving a absolute display of these rounds. Levy holding with this off though. Looks good. Oh, the timing is not there though. The spam for both sides not working out in favor of Qual as Trozor finishes out the damage dealt. I think there's a little bit of team damage there by Levy. That's why he gets the assist. But 7-1. The T's are back onto they're on the full loss bonus, but that's not enough for a buy unless you really love getting a gallon and a little bit of nades. We got round 9 here. We're going to see what they can bring to the table. Heavy much on a standard default display. Heavy mid presence though as WNTP is just peeking down mid, whereas the T's are running their way down to B. The pistol spam, the shots ring through, the somehow has fallen. 3 versus 4 now, and the op is still in play. They do have one kit in hand. This is not primed to be the best of rounds for them. But maybe this is what they go for. Needs to find some success soon if they want to commit to this. They have so much utility. They have 2 mollies, smokes, HEs. They just need to capitalize off them. Try to clear off their angles. Time is ticking and the kits are not aplenty. Checking their close angles. I'm going to keep on pushing. Oh, and keep getting the kills. The CTs might get the kills, but they're not going to be able to be the ones to finish it out. Just consolations here, but that's actually quite good because Qual don't have necessarily the loss bonus for it, but this was only a half buy. So the win money will be enough in hand. That's a great one to do. 7-2 now. Qual turnaround that should probably not go in their favor just with the weaponry they have and everything. That is still a great round to pick up. Round 10. And now the CTs are getting a little bit more pressure on their economy. Still not terrible. Seeing similar displays. They're keeping with what they got. WNTP has been very dynamic with this op. This time around, they're sticking with just peeking through the doors, watching for the short push. Versus the last round, they were pushed onto short, trying to take the fight. So much control has been taken. The T's deep in short and mid. Gonna see what they can capitalize off of. And somehow has now pulled off of B. Great molly to force them back a little bit. But no commitments made by the T's. They're still keeping it so slow towards long, towards tons. If you're Qual here, trying to make the decision, trying to read what's going to happen here. As now the T's are making their way up cat. Making their way up short. Seeing what they have, but there's 2 players posted and ready. The op jumping over is going to get the kill. The first kill by Trozor was gotten though, so now it's just a question of how do they want to complete this. WNTP just gets dropped with the op though. As now the the lurk towards long gets finally taken. So 3 versus 3. Couple of kits across the board. It's going to be towards CT though. Short is not going to be manned by the CTs. That is exactly where the T's are going to start to post. That's a double kill as well. That's going to be insult to injury. And now kick down. Going to continue to be an absolute terror as the good guys have to turn tail and run. Falling apart. Feels as though the round is in his namesake. Seven to 3 now. And Qual found some recovery. They've stuck the landing a little bit more. And they're doing their best to keep this on ice. Now we're seeing the CTs once again. They have the money to spare. So even in these last couple of rounds, they are still in a little bit of a good situation in terms of money. But you want to try to push this lead. 7-5 wouldn't be too bad. You'll take that. But you'd rather, if you could, get that 9-3, get that 8-4. Get any kind of situation that you'd like. But now, fast out long are the T's. Force back. Try to fight. That is a crazy native that time given how many players are behind it. But it's going to be a 1-for-1. Both sides doing similar. Getting a 1 for the nade. Clearing out their angles. Car is empty. And now you have to check the site. Smoking off the cross. Building up. Trying to fill the entire gap. It's going to be a difficult one. The T's still don't have the site, but they're starting to pick up some kills. Everyone trying to break onto the site from the ramp side. 3 versus 3. Stuck in the corner of the op. WNTP needs to hit some shots, and he just starts with the first. Somehow falls as well. 2 versus 2. Jumping around the corner of Veselov and WNTP are able to take their picks, pick up their moments, and that is an 8 scoreline for the good guys. 3 for Qual, and it's looking difficult. And can confirm that on the previous, the other side of the bracket, Hawk Tua have beaten out Team F1CS, so the other semi-final will probably be picking up as well soon, that we might be able to catch in interim. But going into the last round of the half, we'll see what we can get. The T's, we have a Mac Den on kickdown, but everything else is looking good for them. Great shot there from Kjordlis. Gets traded out, but great pick to force the CTs now a little bit back to figure out how they want to play this. And now we'll see what we can get. Getting flashed off though of the position. Falling apart. Gets taken out towards long. The op of WNTP is going to be fighting for it. Oh, but over towards B. Kickdown. Gets the kill over on somehow. They might just redirect towards B if they know exactly where these CTs are. The op gets dropped though. WNTP cannot keep up the defense. Trozor. Only CT here towards A. The only CT remaining whatsoever. Trying to get this tapping away is going to be good for the kill. Dropped a lot of HP, but now, if you're Qual, you're just running back. Well, boss tries to run it back, but kickdown is quicker on the kill. So they're happy as ever. They're going to take that, and they're going to win out the round. 8-4 half. Good guys still in a prime position for this. But that's not to say that Qual didn't show some streaks of brilliance that they might be able to push forward with. And now, taking us into the pistol round. T splitting up. We are getting the mid spot to see if someone's going to push. Are they ready for the dualies? The double dualies, the quaddies to peek around. They do frag it back, but that's before, or that's after The offensive onslaught them. And now the second pair of dualies is going to enter the tunnels, is going to take the kill, and now it is just down to Trozor. So it's looking like an 8-5 start to this half. Yeah, the bomb is down as well, and they know, based on where that kill was, that he will be either coming from long or still is long, and it's the latter currently as he starts to rotate around. He does have the P250, so gonna try to do some work. Now is the last remaining player. 50 seconds on the clock. He is taking it down a little bit. But we'll see what he decides to commit to here. Running around through long to A. Gonna see what he can get. And now I think the shots start to ring. They start to know a little bit more. And now he's just gonna fight for it. Gonna get flanked, gonna get fought on by every single angle and eventually fall. It was time. And now going ahead with this, the good guys are up against a little bit of a wall. They're gonna be facing up versus the second round, in which they will have no cash. They didn't get a bomb plant. They didn't get many kills either. So it's not really on the cards to get much of a buy here, but they will still have a scout in the hands. There is an R8 revolver on WNTP, I would like to know. So, not your usual weapon to see. But they're still around. And they're just going to get dropped straight away somehow. Not able to get off the back of it. Falling off the back of just a nice push from Kickdown. Taking initiative, a little bit of aggression, and pulling right on back after he gets the advantage. Scout and pistol working their way up short, up cat. The rest of them just walking through tunnels. I think it looks like they want to make their way over towards A. But doubling up here with the M4, with both of them towards sight, towards the corner, is just going to be Qual slowly burning them out of this round. As the good guys facing off against just too much weaponry to face. An R8 revolver gets a kill though, and that's an achievement for anyone, so we're not going to take that one away from him. Flank's going to start to come in. I don't think he has the bomb. He's going to drop the weapon out of the map so that they can't save it. I respect the hustle, as he will eventually fall himself. Looking to see, can they find the weapon. Jumping over, they cannot do it. So one M4 gets taken out of the round. So, you know, playing off that nicely. Going for a little peek around. Going into round number 50 now. Flashes and smokes and spam of the T's will go their way now eventually. As the good guys, they might be afraid of with Curedless, but down to 2v2. That little advantage has been dropped. The spam of the MAC-10 will deal some damage, but not going to finish it out in the end. This 3-on-3 is pivotal because whoever wins this is going to start to gain a huge, huge advantage. They know they're trapped long though. They have the flank, they have Levy. Just sitting back, just waiting. Gonna start to smoke off some of the cross. See if they can get that moving. Molly to slow them up. Oh, that's going to be some burn damage dealt. I don't think they expected that one. And now just trying to clear the side. 40 seconds on the clock. They're not in too much rush, but the timing towards long, absolutely detrimental. Levy and World Boss pick up a piece each. Devaslod going to try to push out, but the long flank is actually slowed down tremendously. Needs to try to stick alive here. needs to do something, but is going to fall. Vevslod cannot do it, and Qual now up to 7. 1 round between them as the good guys don't have the cash, so it's seeming like they're going to be evened up very soon. Here we go, round 16. This will either be good guys getting themselves back on board for the lead or Qual evening the rounds up. Crucial for both sides, but it's looking like the good guys are not in a position to win this anyways with that damage. They have short control. They're going to just run out catwalk and hope for the best. Dealing some chunk of damage. But that is really going to be it. Just peppering them is not going to be enough. The kills need to be found, but the rifles are better. It's going to be a flawless victory from Qual, just mowing them down with the rifles. 8-8 now, and the good guys need to find some success. It's been 4 in a row. The pistol and conversion, yeah, sure. We'll take those. But once you start losing those rifle rounds, once the third falling, and much like yourself finding such early success. But now the good guys really, really need this. That's going to fall apart very, very quickly for Qual. Going for some aggressive plays, going for some pushes. Not going to be there to find the success, though. Man disadvantage. As the good guys can now see, can they swivel this into a victory? Get back that lead that was just given up. As we see World Boss be the one to try to take some huge positions. A glimpse of his head was found. And the shot's not going to be there to get it. Closer than ever, they're going to stick. Great flank, great timing though. And that's going to be a huge one to try to get, but they're not going to have the refrag on hand. Just going to run it back. They have 50 seconds on the clock. They're just going to pivot completely here. Okay, World Boss is on the prowl though, and this timing is absolutely instrumental. They're going to be aware now of the short though, I think. Or at least they hopefully should be. They're planting deep in the site, they're planting safe. Walking through the smoke, he's going to get taken out. As falling apart is going to be good for that. A second player walking through the smoke is going to get taken as well. He's not out of it. The nade of somehow takes out Levy, and the good guys prevail. 9-8. Eventually, after 4 round stint in a row. And now, Qual, they still got the money in bank. They have been using up a little bit of their treasury now, but not in a terrible spot. We do see the good guys thinking about what they want to purchase, how they want to deal with this round as well. Cut it a little bit closer. That flank could have been the end of them, but it wasn't. And now going into round number 18. Thinking about how they want to push this through, how they want to commence with what they're doing. Slowly but surely, it is going to be a technical timeout. Just going to take a moment for this. Trying to figure out what they're going to do. Qual have been having a great stint in doing this. They've been finding some early success on those early proactive plays. Taking some short aggression. Sometimes taking some tons of aggression. They were really, really good on that. That round, it was just an onslaught towards mid that the good guys prevailed at. And even with the flank that came from long doors, they were able to recover it. So just getting that early advantage was so crucial because it meant that any trade potential that Qual had was going to end negatively, and that's exactly what happened. still in the technical. I'm just going to give a quick glimpse over to one of our other games. The other semi-final that's on right now, Hawk2 versus SD Invicta. I think it's 4-1 in favor of Hawk2. So that one's coming along as well. We'll see, can Hawk2 make it? They were on the cusp of winning so many times that they could not prevail through, and they eventually gunned it out. So maybe that was it. Maybe it's the phase 0.4 seconds away from elimination type thing, you know? But enough of that. So we'll take it back in here. Both sides are struggling in terms of economy. Both sides are fighting for their lives. Interested to see where World Boss is going to be running with that off. If we're going to see them keep that mid-centric, if they're going to pivot it towards B, what exactly will they opt for? Out of the timeout now, into the round. And now putting that pressure on. See exactly where it's going to go. It is just keeping towards that mid pressure for now. Smoked off. But look at this. Such heavy towards the tunnels. Could be trying to end on that B site. For only time will tell, as right now Qual are playing so much slower than they have been. Not taking too much proactivity. The closest they have is peeking long. Robots not keeping this too slow either. Misses the shot towards Xbox. Now they're going to try to take some short. Kick down. Ready for the push-up. Goes Molly. Gets out back himself. But now there's two players ready for some house spray. And he's going to get taken. That's a man advantage now in favor of Qual. And they can continue to wrap back. And they will continue to do so. All of these CTs towards long does mean that if it is a B pick, a B hit, they do commit to this. Or even if they pull some away, they could try to turn this around. But not taking the bait, just sticking around. They're going to eventually throw that lurk smoke out, make sure they can cross out on to short. Are they force back everyone? That Molly is doing... forces two of the players into the flames and into so much damage. They get taken out, and now towards long. That is a tumultuous spray, but WNTP takes them out. 4 versus 2 now, fighting for it. Cordialis is going to fall. Now World Boss all alone with that op, and it's going to finish out the round. The good guys take it slow, man disadvantage, but using this utility, slowing it down, taking that fake towards the B side. They're able to at least draw enough attention, and then the util is perfect. That Molly towards the ramp side forces two players either to take half their HP or get forced into a gunfight, and that leads to so much success. And now, Qual are going to be struggling. Cordless takes a shot on the cross as well with that op. So, already falling at a HP disadvantage as well, but they're taking so much proactivity. This is what they've been doing for most parts this half. So maybe this switch up again will be where they find it. Forced off by the flashes, and now just has to pull away. Very, very good to keep them out of it. But look at this buy overall. We have from an op to a deagle, that's the range of prices being expended. And now they're just going to push through. MP9 close, good for the first. Gets traded eventually though. And now they're going to continue to push and push. The op peeking over the smoke gets boosted over, and now it's just the two remaining. They're walking through the smoke, they're taking the fights, and WNTP is going to get one and get the second. Barons cannot do it with that deagle. 11-8. And they fully invested there. They only have the 3-round loss bonus. That's 2,400 in the pocket. You have nothing here. Whatever you had left scrounged in your pocket, that's a little bit on top. But for right now, you are up to no good. You're up against the good guys, so they're the expected victors in most storylines. But maybe Qual can be the villains in the story. on for a 12th, the good guys, as Wall, they haven't actually invested all too much. They have so much control, though. They've taken tunnels handily, and they're actually going to continue to keep it. Fighting in it, though. Bevislod. Pushing forward, trying to take that space, but actually bite. Falling apart, though, starts us off, and now these pistols, they might be in the right place, but they might be the wrong time with the weaponry they got. Spams are not going to lead to much with the pistols, and headshots will be easy enough to capitalize on. Peeking over the smoke, just seeing what they can get. 3 versus 5, no kits, no armor, no chance. As peeking over, could be good for the one, somehow is going to fall. But now last remaining member, kick down, spamming his way with the 5-7 to no avail. 12-8, the good guys on for some match points, for some chances at victory. And now it's looking difficult. Pushing into this round 21, a potential last round of this semi-final best of one. Running their way, taking some control towards tunnels. Pushing towards long as well. The CTs are going a little bit more aggressive this time. Huge pickup towards B. Able to already start us off and take so many kills. Falling apart and Trozer are the only ones left. It's quick start is going to be some quick kills. Falling out of the corner, towards back. As the backup, though. And now, oh, Fjordless gonna take that kill just left of Falling apart. Ready for the close player, but not ready enough with aim. 9-12, Qual, after getting brought down a nice bit, going for a half bite, they are able to recover it. And that's exactly why they did save, so they could have all the util for that. Could play it out as best as they could. So they will be found instantly, and they're going to continue with somehow, some way, somewhere in long. We're going to get some kills. We're going to get the double kill that leads to a massive advantage. The op is still in hand, so cannot be too greedy as they push this. Still so much time on the clock. That is an advantage that needs to be treated with the respect that it has garnered. And that's where the success of Trozor will be found. Taking the shot towards the long side. Jumping over on the Xbox. WNTP will capitalize on Baron's jump up ASAP. And now B side is free for the taking. Sprinting their way on over. Double doors will be the place an op can take a shot, but that one is a missed one as World Boss keeps on pushing, keeps on going, and now the window is open. And now in the 4v1 kickdown, they might have gotten an easy route fighting against Wild Ace last game, but this time round they're just going to fall at this semi-final hurdle. Looking like 13-9 will be the end score line, and we will see the good guys come out victorious. And looking at it, we are seeing we've returned to me, as now our first semi-finals is over as the game finished out. The second semi-final is currently on. It is 9-2 in favor of Haktua. So it is looking quite good, but you never know. We've seen some comebacks. There was an 8-4 that turned into a close affair. So you can't count them out. You can't necessarily count them out. I don't know if we might be running to. We might see how we will be. We will just making sure. I have confirmed we have. We're just gonna get that launched up. How are people feeling? We got 3 teams remaining. 9-2 has just been found. As we're going to the last round of this half, it's looking really good for the side of Haktua. But even then, their money isn't as hot as it should be necessarily. So this is an opportunity for a 9-3. As SD Invicta, they got all the weapons they want. They got the op. They got everything. This MP9, though, peeking up. As I say, the op Its counter, which is just any SMG at close range, takes him forward. They're going to get the frag back, though. Nandus picks that up. And now he has that in hand. Sitting and waiting. The CTs are so mid-centric still. If they commit to this B play, it should be fairly free. But we do see Zom, who is the only rifle in the round, start to pivot away, and as well as that Rook. Rock is there. The A-Lurk is also going to be pivotal, but oh, that is a huge kill to drop. It's going to change how they want to interact with this round as the T's do pull on back. Curious because he's pulling away from A as well. No, he's moving towards Palace. You're going to see the rotates coming in. Dumas waits for the squad to arrive. And now pivoting off of A. This is looking like a free round for SD to just going to slowly work their way out of Palace, out of ramp, and into the site. This SMG of cash money not going to find the success early. Not going to find any damage. They just need to wait it out. It's last round of the half. You're going to have to commit to it anyways. So let's see how you want to do so. It's an M4, it's a MP9, and it's a Deagle. Not the perfect weapons for the job, but maybe for them it's enough. Rock hits the first headshot that's needed. There is an op in the Palace. They're starting to get some refrags though. The T's have just set up a great crossfire from the ramp, from the CT side, or from the T side. And now in this 9-3 half, SD Invicta have found some footing. We'll see, can they turn that into a closer game? Going for this first pistol round, swapping sides, Hawktua. They are going to set up for just a simple A take, it seems. They got some util, they got a smoke, they got a molly. They're going to just go fast. I think smoke off jungle. They're not complicating it. They're keeping it simple. Smoke jungle, molly stairs. Clear every other angle that you can, and it's going to play. Tobias does have the kit. He also does have the smoke. So going to go for it. Cash money gets taken out as well. So it might be a post plant, but this is a post plant that is favoring the CTs verily. 2 versus 4 now. The T's trying to stick alive, trying to do something here. Smoke onto the plant. They can just go for the stick on this, trying to find it, trying to go for it. They do have the kit, they do have everything, and the time is ticking, and that is just going to be a diffuse out in the middle of nowhere. Sub-Zero still in the Palace, trying to survive, trying to just take some heads while he's here, but his one will be the one taken. 9-4 now, finding these last 2 rounds, one at the end of the half, one at the start of the half. Looking like you should be able to convert the second, but the plant did come in and a good few kills. So what's the game plan here for Hawktua with this force buy, where they're expending a lot of the money, but not every cent necessarily? Looks like it's going to be a very mid-centric one. Going to try to see, can they get some control, get a pick, and see, can they start to play off the fact that they should be an advantage. That is a huge kill to take with just a Deagle, and we are going to deal a lot of damage as well, as Leds is going to be down and low. Great to take up Sub-Zero as well, who's trying to walk their way up the running back now. 4 versus 4. You've dealt a bit of damage. You've quilled a lot of the util as well. So now it's going to be very much up for these duels. Hopefully that nade drop didn't get heard. But for now, we're going to see some smoke. A smoke and 2 flashes on cash money will be pivotal in making sure this round gets converted. 1 player on wood, 1 close towards stairs. That will be the early opposition available for SD Invicta, and this position will be pivotal. That's a trade. Smokes are going to now land. They know that there's a player towards the stairs, and that will be a huge kill. Zom picks up those, and that kill will be everything. The Galil's dropped into the hands of cash money. 3 versus 2. Stairs and CT. Slowly working their way. Nandas and Domus. 3 of the T's just sitting back, waiting to see what they can do. RTS just waiting in the corner, waiting for some closing, and they're not going to find the kills. They're going to eventually take it. Zom does so, jumping on the box, so is going to be a huge kill. Thomas, he doesn't have the time though. There's no kit in display. He's just going to have to run it back. The time was not on his side, and so that will be Hawk2a taking that 10th round off the back of it. Thomas just trying to do some jumps here. No, not being the most successful, but trying their best at the round. They are able to save the rifle, which could be a massive boon going to the next. But the T's now, they might have lost everyone. They might have to spend everything to get back into it. But that is a round. That is another extra piece, bringing you one step closer to the finals. As now we're going. Missing the jump on the short. That could be a pivotal point. As you see, RTS making their way with the rest of them. Just going for this B-centric play. The pistols are going to be struggling. The SMGs are not the success. Now they're going to fall towards short, towards sight. Only one kill so far has been gotten. And that has been from the market position. And he's just going to get dropped straight away. Let's cannot do it all. Does a little. Weapon's going to be saved. But that is 11-4. Hawk2a now 7 rounds ahead. 2 to go for them. They're going to be up against pistols again, it seems, or at least a 4-spy. Now this is where you're really scrounging for Victor, looking to take this. The T's once again going very mid-centric, and the CTs don't have the util to respond to this. They don't have the weaponry to respond to this either. It needs to be absolute perfection in terms of these deagles, in terms of these MP9s to make it work. Already some good damage dealt. Without mid-control, you're going to be questioning every single position you got. That smoke is going to be thrown forward. Nandas is ahead of it. Being ahead of it could be pivotal. He's going to shoot forward, but cannot pull the trigger fast enough. Cannot hit the head easy enough. 4 players remaining. Good damage dealt though, and that damage dealt could come to fruition. It will be Zom and RTS though finding the kills that they need to. 4 versus 2, low HP players. All it takes is that MP9 spraying a little bit, and we're going to see that already start off as he gets a double up. 2 versus 2. Both of these AKs are in very low positions. Make that 1. Just cash money. Just a dream with this rifle. Timing that peek around. They can start to recover some weapons. That bomb is in no man's land waiting to be picked up with 30 seconds less. To be picked up will need to be gotten. First kill taken. I don't know if you expect the second Palace player. He gets a glimpse of him though. So he does know he can try to play around this. He can try to plant safely. He can try to stick this. He is going to be safe from it by hiding behind the default box. They can both just play around this. Both so low, but it's going to be cash money to be the one to take it. Up to 12, up to match point. Almost at the finals as SD and Victor in the 2 versus 1. They slip a little bit and give cash money the opportunity to pay off those debts. Eight rounds in it. All match points. Hawk2a just need to win once. And right now they are the ones with the superior weaponry nonetheless. MP9 holding close is going to be good for the first, but not anymore. And now they're going to start to push through. Trades keep coming on in. And they're going to continue to do so as Sub-Zera finds himself onto Let's. Plant is going to stick onto the default. We still have 1 player in Palace. Cash Money and Sub-Zera have to be doing this quite well. There is no kit, so the time is already ticking. Already getting there in terms of the timing. FAMAS picked up, but dropped instantly, and it's going to be Sub-Zera to just pick up the double to end. That is 13-4. That is the semi-finals won, and that is Hawk2a into the final to be able to play it out. They're going to be playing against LFO Good Guys. We have 1 more game remaining here in Frag Series 3, and that is a phenomenal one to see. Oh, that was a great end of the game. We didn't get to see the rest of it, but it was a phenomenal one. It was great to see them just turning that advantage, keep on pushing it forward, keep on that momentum, taking so much mid control, playing out those clutches really, really well. And so Hawk2 almost fallen at the OT hurdles early on with triple overtime. Will get through. Will be the ones to continue going forward and take themselves to the finals versus LFO. Good guys. Looking at the match page. All participants, hope it's been... Yeah, we're just going to run into a quick break as we set up this finals match. So we shall see you in just a moment, or maybe 10 minutes. I think that's what we said. Ish. Keep an eye on the stream. After a little break, we're back. We're back with our final. It is going to be nope. Hawk L. I was going to be said the wrong letter. LFO Good Guys versus Hawk Tua. We're just finalizing the veto now. It'll be either Dust 2 or Ancient. We'll see which one the good guys wish to ban. Ancient seems to be much more played by both players, but we'll see. We got 30 and 30 actually, so I was wrong. And well, they finished their lineup. It is going to be Ancient. So we've seen a little bit of that. We saw Hawk Tua have a long Ancient game earlier. They went into triple overtime. They kept getting to match points and they could not win it out until they eventually did, 19-17. So we'll see if they can do similar. We'll see if they will shorten it down. They had a much quicker game in the semifinals versus SD Invicta, in which they won, I think, 13-4. That we watched at just at the end, and then on the other side we saw Qual play LFO Good Guys, which was on Dust 2, and it was a nice little affair. So both these sides looking to take it home, looking to bring it over the line. As we get through onto the server, we'll look nice and all our nice little graphics set up for this. Sorry for the delay to get to you, but we will be here. We'll be ready. Just want to say, don't forget to put an exclamation mark. I'm trying to remember that. Loaded into the chat to get the website loaded. Formerly CD Keys is where you can get up to 90% off your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. Perfect, just in time for the holidays, for Christmas, for everything like that. As we get ourselves into the game, into the server, into a nice little Ancient here. Both these sides have shown some really strong. Both of them are high caliber teams, as you can imagine, getting to the finals here. But I'm expecting a very high quality game. I think Hawk Tua, they would have had the momentum of the win, but that little break kind of calmed down. I do think this will be a close affair, but I'm excited to see exactly what we're going to bring. I think we are looking forward to this. Hope everyone in the chat has, whether you played or just been watching, had a good viewing, had good playing. But onto the last stretch, onto our last best of one of the day. And we will have to see once the server is up, once everything is ready, what exactly we're going to get into. But I think I really liked what I was seeing from Hawk Tua on their Ancient. Of course, it did take a lot. It did take multiple overtimes. So you might be like, they didn't have the best time. But they were showing off some fantastic displays in terms of their mid control, in terms of how they executed against aggression and how they played around disadvantages. I think they were really good on that. It was literally just a case of they could not tow it over the line. Once it reached that point, the pressure looked like it got to them. So maybe that'll be coming to effect as well. Maybe the pressure of victory might be a little bit too much on their backs. But I expect them to have a good display here to be able to do it. But both sides have been showing a phenomenal day today. And so we'll see who is the victor here for the Heroic X Loaded Frag Fest Series 3 on Ancient. Just push through as we get everyone connected to the server. Everyone in through the warm-up, through all our little pieces to see exactly what's going to go on. I think we shall be in there in just a moment. Oh. Yeah, we're just getting everyone on the server. All will be good in the world. But yeah, I think we have some updated graphics for when we do get in. So hopefully those will look nice and pretty. I'm excited to see. So over on the side of Hawk Tua, we do have Zom, Rock, Cash Money, RTS, and Sub-Zero. And then for the LFO good guys, we have Somehow, Trozor, Falling Apart, WNTP, and this one is the one I always struggle with, and I still don't know if I'm doing it correct. Desvelad. That's what I'm going with. It's probably going to change as I panic. But both teams have had a good day of counterstrike today, and hopefully that can continue. Because it has been some good games, has been some close games, has been some very much not close games, but either way, we've had a lot of games. Then we will get into the server shortly. Just waiting to see exactly when we'll get in there. That's no worries. Something is being fixed. That's all I know. But of course, we shall be in a moment. Very, 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 very soon. Yeah, just finalizing everything in the chat. I'll have to see what side everyone gets as well. We will be going through a knife round beforehand with all the best ones. Can't really do side selection otherwise. But yeah. Any predictions in chat as to who's going to be able to take it over the line? As we shall get there into our map of ancient shortly. Oh, okay, we will be going over the game in just a sec. Oh, my just a sec was just on time. We're just missing one player photo, but that's all right. For the most part, we have everyone. So for now, going into this first round, we are seeing a lot of aggression from this midsection. So all these CTs for LFO good guys taking control, taking a kill as well. Somehow gets the first one towards B. The rest of them keep on going towards A, though, these Ts. So actually, Hawk2 are going to be walking into a fairly safe site if they are able to just take the aggression well. Devslot, the sole player. Smoke's going to get dropped. Molly towards the site, and he's actually going to be good for the one before he... So turn this into a 4v3, even though they do have this going. Even though they do have the plant, it's going to be up against more players for the good guys. Retake can commence as we go on forward. Slowly making it out of the temple, slowly making it out of CT as the smoke fades. They can burst out with enough time to spare. These fights just need to be taken well. It's already dropping like flies. It's going to be traded out, though, and it's WNTP holding it for the CTs, trying to take some shots, trying to hit it out. 1 HP, though, is going to be left, and all it needs is a singular bullet, and Hawk2 will win out the first round. Huge way to start off. There may be a slight glitch on the stream just with fixing of the HUD, but should just be a second as we get going forward. Great round from the side of Hawk2 to be able to recover that. Even off the man disadvantage, they pivoted towards the A site, and they're able to get the plant, and they're able to get the round in the end. So very, very well played to be able to recover that, to be able to do so. Currently cannot see what's going on, but that's all right. We'll get through. And we're back. We're on time. We're already back into it. It is one player remaining. It is RTS facing off against 3. Bomb has not been planted. A lot of damage has been dealt. But I think slowly but surely it's just going to end out that MP9. Going to swing out, take the shots. And that's some great recovered weaponry as well. Turning those SMGs on that force into rifles and bouncing right on back is going to be the LFO good guys. So that's a huge recovery. You don't get the nice loss bonus of the pistol either for the T's. So taking away that conversion should be a pivotal moment. Should be fantastic for keeping them ahead. Now, heavy towards this B site. They haven't invested everything, but it's not much. It's some Deagles, half armor. There is a Galil in play. Nice kill from Cash Money onto Trozor. They're going to try to get some more damage dealt, but now they know the jig is up. Now that M4 is just going to run on through. Cash Money falls, evened out the numbers. Now the T's are just locked out of the site. They're going to have to be walking through smokes trying to take these fights if they want to. Otherwise, time is continuing to tick. And now, holding out towards cave, trying to pivot their way. They have a red room control. They're going to try to turn that into something. There, it's going to get dropped, though, as they peek these angles. The Galil in hand should be good. Sub-Zero takes out. And now, running back. They're going to try to stay alive. Huge kills being picked up. 1 versus 3 now, and that rifle is not going to be able to do it. Svezalod takes out the last 2-1. The LFO good guys taking the lead after losing the pistol. Very good pivot. Very great way to catch that up. Now going into round 3, the money is still not there for the T side. Only 1900 loss bonus means they're stuck on those pistols. Going to the 5th, they will be able to, but now this round, they're going to be fighting for their life to stay in it. Especially with the amount of util and rifles for good guys. Even the MP9 is going to be just the opportunity to farm some kills. As they're going to catch a glimpse. So far without the utility, it's just been a lot of trying to take this B control. This time no one pushing towards red room, no one facing that direction. The good guys just split fairly evenly here. And now his kills are going to start to rain in. Sub-Zero in mid is not going to have any success. This 5 versus 4 will be in the hands of the good guys to lose. As Haktua, they're setting up outside the cave, but we have to see. He's trying to take those shots, getting a little bit close for comfort there. As we're going to see somehow eventually fall. Actually, a little bit more damage. WNTP is also going down. Cash Money is the only one remaining. And now just sitting, waiting. Trying to see if he can maybe deal some damage here. Picks up the rifle. Not expecting a miracle. But a play can be tried. Bit of damage dealt, especially with just these pistols. Looking not too terrible. 20 seconds, though. He needs to take these fights and die, which he will do. The save, not worth it with the loss bonus on hand. And now they can buy up. They can get some AKs. The util is a little bit low. But it could be worse. And now the CTs, they have everything they can want. Full rifles, full util, even an op in hand. Couple of kits. They are going to be happy with the current investment. The current outcome. We'll just have to see if they can continue such things. Util being thrown. The CTs finding these kills. Falling apart and somehow doubling up in the mid. Getting both towards the main side and the slipway. Now just finalizing these last few kills. 5 versus 2. Both of them stuck around. Throwing nades, throwing util. Trying to force them back. As now with 1:15 on the clock. They're just sitting back. They're stuck behind this smoke, and this is only going to get extended by another one. Letting it go. Just going to sit and wait. The CT's set up to double up here. There is a flash if they do want to try to break out of this. With 45 seconds. Wherever they go, it's going to be a difficult one. 5 versus 2. It's seeming like a potential save now. Yeah, just still pulling back a little bit more. Haktua losing out a lot of fights in mid. Really great dole up there that allowed the CTs to do it. Crossfiring towards the lane as well as mid. Cash money. They know exactly where they both are. Just trying to not let them win it. Trying to not let them save. Is now going through 5 seconds to do it. They're going to stick alive. They're going to save the rifles, but it's 4 in a row. That is a tough pill to swallow. The good guys just building up a lead now, 4-1. Trying to think about what they can do with that loss bonus. They're going to have to invest here. The save means those two players, Cash Money and RTS, are going to be out of money as well. This time, fighting a bit more heavily towards mid. Throwing some util, getting it. All their support is coming from the donut. So they could make it out mid, could take control. It's just whether it would be checked or not. And that space is being used, smoking out towards the donut. Able to just walk their way up towards Red Room. Cave is also a lot of fighting going on. Spam comes in, swinging out, and Trozor is going to fall. That is a huge, huge kill to pick up. 1 man advantage. They're now posturing towards B. In a position, but that is a massive headshot to hit. Zom falls as well, evening it up. The Red Room lurk will perhaps come to fruition soon. Ready at the donut is going to be one. And that is a good activation, but it's not enough. The op is going to miss the shot as he jumps across the Red Room. Vedvlad, low on HP, is going to be facing it and actually taken out. That's a 3v1 now. It's just WNTP trying to play for this. He does not have the kit on hand, but he has an AK. He has a flash. He can go for this. Pulling up slowly, seeing what he can do towards the CT side. Sub-Zera. Just trying to search for him, but in the Red Room is where he's going to find Rock. That op is going to get dropped as well, and WNTP not given a chance to survive. They're not going to pick up the op either, or are they? They are, just with the last split second in hand. So now, recovering that, recovering around. Hogtua staying in it, not letting the CT side just pull away completely. And now we can see what we can do. See what Hogtua can bring to this round. Now that they found some success outside of that pistol round, now the rifle round has come to effect. Now that the CTs, though, have taken complete mid control, 3 of them investing it and losing early towards Cave. Trozor going to continue his luck. Mollied out, forced back. But that's an advantage, and that is somehow taking out 4 versus 4. And Vedvlad is going to just slowly wait for this smoke to fade. And double up towards it. Boosting up this op. It's going to swing around. Jiggles doesn't get caught off, though. Gets the info. And Sub-Zera picks up another one towards the mid. So it is going to be struggling, and they're going to continue to do so. The op catches a glimmer. Trogzor is still here. Is still going to fall, though. Only good for the one. RTS picks him up in 3 versus 1 now. Falling apart. Going to try to be the one to pick up the pieces. Come towards main. He can do. If he can take out someone like Zom, that would be a massive, massive kill. And that will enable them to do so. Time is ticking. But I don't know if he has enough to get it. Could just save this up, and that is looking like the plan. Pivoting away. The rest of the T's are also going to pull off as they wait and see. Hogtua getting that early loss, but taking it back towards mid, putting a lot of bodies towards Cave as well, and just turning that around. The opposite in a prime position. The boost up as well was not fully expected. The Jiggle got the info, and then they could just completely push out towards main. And then take out the Cave player as a result as well. Onto round 8, Hogtua have a position in which they could try to tie up the game. But now, look at this B side push. It's just a complete rush. Trozor is good for the one. But now it's Vedvlad is still in the cave waiting to be activated. The MP9 in hand. The close-up op is not going to find the success. The MAC-10 all is going to fall. The MP9 of Zezvlad takes out Zom. Bomb is planted, but a 2v3. The T's not in the best positions. At a man disadvantage. They're going to pull up and take the fight to them, but there's an 8 out in hand. Falling apart, can't get the refrag, and Sub-Zero is the one to be the hero, and he's even finished it out with another one. 3 kills on the route for him, and that is a clean round to even it up. Turning that man disadvantage into an absolute victory there. 4-4. Haktua doing what they can, and it is absolutely thriving. And now we see the money. The good guys, it's absolutely in tatters as they buy up these pistols, this MP9. See what they can do. Pistols picked up. AK, though, picking around cave. Good for the one, but cannot get any more. They do know now, though. The alarm bells are ringing. They are going to just position themselves to go towards A. They are going to continue what they've been doing. Trying to push through the red room, though. This pistol is not going to get the kill, but the rest of them will. So they have recovered rifles. They can turn this in. The bomb has only just been planted now. There might not be a kit in play, but at the very least, they have the bodies to throw at it. So they might as well do so. Donut and Templar will be where we can test. Missed shot there, but the backup of the AK should be able to do it. It's not enough! Still, though, the MAC-10 is going to work with the op to do this. They're going to miss so many shots, though. It's going to have to be the MAC-10 to finish it out. Trying to run away in the donut. Trying to do what he can. Trying to get the kill, and he will. RTS gets away from the bullets and gets in with the kill. Now, he's able to do it. He's trying to get the op. He does pick it up in the end. And that is round in hand for Haktua. Crazy name. Spitting on this game. 5-4 now, though, in the lead for the first time since the pistol was won. So really, really good recovery so far. They just need to keep on top of it. Heavy mid control taken by the good guys. As Haktua going to try with a version of their own. The flash is perfect from Cash Money as it's going to lead to a triple kill in the mid. Haktua now going to start to work with this red room being pushed. Starting to pivot away towards a 2-man advantage. Make that 1, though, as Vezvlad gets the kill and is actually going to rotate. This is not looking so hot as it should have. 3 versus 2. They're all split up, though, the T's. And the CTs are keeping grouped. They're staying in a position where it's working together. The clash is being set up as 3 players for the T's, 2 players for the CTs are all setting up here towards the B site. Huge kill from Torzor. Good for the one. Knows where the last is. The op is still alive. Misses the shot, but actually pivots to the AK and takes the kill. That is now 6-4. Haktua still fighting. I lost my train of thought. Still fighting their way, keeping the lead. 10 rounds in, and that is a good lead to be building. Still wanting more here on the Ancient. Round 11. The 3,400 loss bonus is still going to keep in hand. It's going to mean that the CGs can buy a little bit here, but I'm not expecting miracles right now. But as we get a little pause, we already get straight to the round, and the CTs are actually pick up what is a low util round and going to use the rifles that they got to take it. The AK of RTS is the only thing remaining. That missed Molly is going to haunt them as they can now not take this player out of the corner. Smoked out, spammed out, nade through. Not going to be enough to get the kill. WNTP ready for this, but not ready enough. Spam through the smoke, still finds the kill though as the good guys take themselves to the 5th. Haktua getting caught up on now and into the last round of the half. They're not sitting on as pretty of a pile of cash as you'd expect. It has been costly even when they win the rounds. And now going into the last of the half, it's looking like it's an advantage for the good guys as Haktua set on a little bit of a low buy with some of these Galils and low util. The Mac or the Tech 9 in hand. Change of pace though might come into play as they are all keeping towards B and towards that midsection. MP9 in hand. So many players here towards B. Going to be good for one, but actually the trades are going to be successful here as Hawk Tua, they pick up the 3. It's going to be a fantastic, fantastic open as Rock is the spearhead, is going to keep on fighting here, as it is going to be Sub-Zero. Good for the 1 before dying. They know where the last is. They know it's WNTP. They can also probably confirm some of that damage. The AWP is going to go towards ramp here, but it is smoked off. Really is about where he is going to try to push upon. He has full utility. It's just where do you throw it? You don't want to give away too much about your position here. They know where you were. It's just a question of where you are, and Cash Money shoots to the side of the head, and WNTP falls 7-5. Hawk Tua keep that lead. They don't let it even up in the end. Off the back of a fantastic amount of trades on B, Sub-Zero coming out victorious. And now going into the second half pistol. It is Hawk Tua doing their best, doing what needs to be done to get this over the line. Quick little pause. Come on in. See what they can think of, what they can do. I believe the team names need to be swapped over there. Just a little note, as it is Hawk Tua on the 7. But we are going ahead. We are going to keep on pushing. A little bit frozen here, but that's all right. As the pistol is ahead, we skip into it a little bit, but that's all right. Good guy's going to try to pounce onto the site, but they are going to be quelled completely by Zom, Sub-Zero, and Rock. All of them just being an absolute powerhouse there. The stack of Hawk Tua is successful. It quells the good guys in what they're attempting to push upon. And it looks good. 8-5 now. Already keeping that lead and pushing it. Can purchase up. No plant. Not even a... I don't think even a kill was gotten there. So the T's have so little to work with. Not even going to opt for a force buy here. Maybe a few deagles. A few pistols. But other than that, it's going to be a very, very dry round. Hawk Tua expecting a nice little victory here. Miss Nade just as we turn to them. Struggle for Zom. Swap pistols. And Trozzer is going to fall. The M4 is going to continue to push. Continue to go. Don't know if he's ready for the close angle of WNTP. As they're just going to sit here and wait. A lot of spam back and forth. Good headshot in the back of the head. Svez Vlad is going to take out Zom. Great nade to drop out. To take out somehow. And the CTs, they're going to hopefully recover this for themselves. But that is a great shot from falling apart. Opens up the round just a little bit. Might not be everything, but it's something. A lot of those rifles are falling. And now a Deagle and an M4. No armor. But some weaponry to work with. And the CTs are very spread. The player towards B is so in question as to where the T's are. Not catching a glimpse there is massive as well. He's going to try to pull away back towards the site. But that just gives time for the good guys to try to take control again. To try to push on over. They're going to go through the cave, it looks like. But now this is where the CTs are going to consolidate their forces. They're going to try to do what they must to stay in this. The CTs, the FAMAS, the MP9, they're not ready. Going to get shot in the back. Going to get shot in the back again as they turn. And the timing favors them. Those M4s then get into the hands. The MP9's upgraded, and that's a 9.5. That was a little bit of a struggle to start. But they shake it off. They don't let the Deagles and the recovered weapons get any more damage dealt other than the 2. And that leaves Hawk Tua with a 9-5 successful lead right now. As the good guys will finally get rifles on their hands. But it's such a little amount of util as well. So things like this mid-take are going to go off without a hitch. They get the smoke towards Red Room. But everything else just cannot be fought against. Boosting over the smoke. Not going to find the success. Damage dealt with a little bit of nades, a bit of utility. And now swapping things over. Still, they have a lot of real estate to work with over here towards B. They just need to see, can they take this cave? This is now where Zom is going to try to take a little bit back for themselves. A lot of util has been dropped by the CTs as well, though. So they themselves are running a bit low. Shots fired, not going to connect. And now the B side is going to come under attack. And the T's going to open it up, but that's a huge kill. And Zom can now speed away to make sure that no one's in the cave. And B should be fairly safe here, but the kills are getting gotten. And the plant is going to come on in. They get the timing. They're able to stick. They're able to get Zom. So now 2 versus 2. They do have a kit on hand. But it's what else are they able to work with? Trades come on in. Svezvelod in the cave is the last one remaining for the T's, and he will fall. It's going to be Rock to take that last shot, to take that kill, and that will get Hawk2 to double digits. The good guys get the plant. They get so many kills, but it's not going to be enough. In the post plant, they were not able to get the trades they needed. And though the rounds are close, it's not enough to make this scoreline seem too competitive. 5 in the distance there. And now just spreading out, once again, taking so much mid control. The bomb plant is going to mean the good guys have a lot of money in hand. It means that they are able to get a lot more util this time. And it means they can fight a bit more. Zom going to be tested in the cave and going to pass with such a high score as he doubles up as well on mid. Rock takes out somehow, and now it's all looking like curtains for the good guys as slowly they're getting choked out. Just Vezvlod left alive. Solo in the 1v5. Molly and smoke, but nowhere to work with, and just gets his head removed by Zom, who gets a nice triple there. Having good display here on the CT side, 11-5. Hawk2 making this look nice. We'll see once they get to match point, if they get to match point, if they have the same woes in the back pocket as they did before. T's having a heavy presence towards A here. 4 hands starting to work their way up. The Mac 10 that tries to push towards Cave, though, instantly fell. And now it is just going to be this A play that needs to come to fruition, and it will start off well. Cash Money takes the first, throwing out smokes and mollies and nades, trying to prevent anything that they can. The flashes are to slow them up, but the kills go the way of the good guys. The donut double fall. And now in the 2 versus 4, they're going to try some spam, make that 1 as Rock gets taken by somehow, and the spams through the smoke are looking good. WNTP finalizes that 11-6 now. The good guys get dirty, and they finally take another round. Take 1 here, as it was looking difficult for a while. This half, they're finally going to break the first piece of dirt, and hopefully they start to dig themselves a bit closer, a little bit out of the hole. Five rounds on the difference, but the CTs still have enough money for most of what they would want. The good guys here looking to face once again heavy towards mid here, but the Hawk2, they're just so much more aggressive on it, and it always seems to get values. Zero's Svezvelod is going to take out RTS on the spam, and so many bullets flying, and it's coming out successful for Hawk2. That nade going to be the death of Sub-Zero, but it's going to be Zom to actually be the one to finalize it out. 3 versus 1. He's going to be good for the first Rock. Knocked out of the round, falling apart. 1 versus 2. Good nade, but not good enough. As Zom shoots him out, and that is 12-6. 6 match points, but we've seen them fumble a little bit already. Can Hawk2 do it without the tumultuous display, without the little performance that has to cement it? We'll have to see. They're going to get the buy up once again, saving a couple of AKs as well. See what they're going to do. Similar story as we've seen to most. This mid play will garner a lot of control. Let's see, can the good guys do anything with this B? This time around, they're going to be good for the first. The second as well. 2 B defenders already fallen. Zom and RTS just did not win their fights. And now through mid, they're also going to get another piece somehow. So it takes out Sub-Zero. And now the B side's free. This is already looking like a save. This is looking like the good guys landing a little bit. And Hawk 2 showing the shadow of their former self, as we saw previously in the triple OT. Now with that bomb planted, it's just a ticking time before the save continues. Let's see, can Hawk 2 keep the guns in hand? They don't have the loss bonus for this anyways, so I'm not expecting a full buy around unless they're really feeling fritzy. And now the good guys just going to go a little bit. They don't have the money necessarily to take these deaths for the hunt. They can at least start to make their way forward. Right now, that bomb just about to go off. Going to take a Trozor as he makes his way. So, feeling quite safe here. Both of those rifles should be kept in hand. Now going into round 20. Still 5 more match points on the horizon for Hawk 2. 5 more chances. And it looks like they're going to buy around this. They are going to commit to it. It is only a 1-round loss bonus. So that's only 2,400 or 1,400 in the pocket. See if they can pull out something a bit more dynamic. This time round, putting heavy center towards B here. 4 players there, leaving A alone and just the mid defender now. The AKs up against the MP9 at close range are going to kill a Zom. They're going to lose Sub-Zero in the mid. But trades keep coming on in. Holding close Vesvelod. Still gets traded out though. 3 versus 2 now. Just somehow and falling apart left alive. And it's just going to be 2 and it's going to be 0. It's going to be 13-7 and Hawk 2. It might have looked slow in the previous, but this time they speed it up. They take the pace over to the good guys and they are going to win it out. 13-7 as they win out the Heroic X Loaded Fragfest Series 3. That is a phenomenal win, making it look a little bit easier this time around. We saw them fight for their life quite a bit, but here, looks good, looks strong, and really just having such a dynamic CT side that they weren't allowing the enemies to play around it. Such a B-centric play towards good guys that they were able to quell for the most part. A few openings that they lost, but on that CT side, they were just looking so strong comparatively. And no, they're your winners. So we're going to see Hawk 2 get first place, and then behind them will be the LFO good guys. So congrats to the teams. Very well played. But that was some phenomenal counterstrike. See from them. Yeah, just before we come to our conclusion here of some great Counter-Strike today, just want to remind everyone, you can put exclamation mark loaded in the chat as a command to see the website. If you, for loaded, they're formerly known as CD keys. If you're a bit confused as to who they are, that's where you can get 90% off of your favorite games on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. Perfect just in time for Christmas, for the holidays. So don't forget to pick something up from them. Thank you to Response as always for this. Thank you to all the teams for participating. We had so many teams sign up. We had so many teams play. We had some phenomenal games on the stream. We had some long games, we had short games, we had some 13-0s, we had some 19-17. We had the full range of everything you could ever imagine under the sun, and it's all phenomenal to see. So congratulations to Hawk 2 for the win. Commiserations to everyone else for the loss, but hopefully everyone had fun. Hopefully everyone, enjoyed themselves, and congrats to everyone that did win any form of prize. So thank you all so much. I think we will pull off the stream now, but thank you to Oro Blanco, who produced today and moderated and admin, everything, a lot of hats. But thank you so much. I have been Kurt, and that will be us for today on the stream for the Heroic X Loaded Fragfest Series 3.